Okay, I'm recording now. Let's get this going. We'll start from the beginning of the game with information from previous playthroughs. Let's go with it. We got the axe ending the first time, and we got the submarine ending last time. This game is fiction. There was no such thing as the Titanic. It didn't exist. Ship blows up. That's crazy. Junpei wakes up. He's in a bed. He hits his head off the ceiling. That's wild. He falls out of bed. He's like, huh? Am I trapped somewhere? That's crazy. I can't remember anything. Why is there a big old door with a 5 on it? That's weird. Oh, interesting. He's got a bracelet with a 5 on. That's the same number as the door. That's crazy. Oh, did I get kidnapped? Am I on a ship? Oh my god, water is crashing through the window. Oh god, I need to get out of here quickly. Seek a way out. Probably don't even need that. Multiple paths, yeah. Multiple paths, Snurfy. Blue key. I forget what was in here. Screwdriver. Thankfully, the first puzzles are not, like, super difficult. If I could just remember the code, right? If I just wrote it down one day, we wouldn't need to do this. This game is progressing so quickly. So, it is a multi-playthrough kind of deal. And on repeat playthroughs, you can just skip all the text you've seen before. Okay, 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. Yeah, we got murdered with an axe, and so did a bunch of other people in the axe ending. Sorry. We got a schmoove! I really wish they didn't make you redo every single puzzle every single time, but oh well. Okay, we learned about digital roots. We learned how to do them. Ah, there's a red key, but also while we grab the red key, Junpei looks at himself in the mirror and he's like, huh, that's crazy. I got kidnapped at midnight in my student dorm. Some guy in a gas mask came in and went, oh! And then I passed out, and now I appear to be here. That's weird that that's the last thing I remember. That's crazy. He must have taken me onto this ship. He told me I was going to be able to play a game? Huh, weird. I really wish they didn't make you redo all the puzzles. 7... 4, 8, 5. 7, 4, 8, 5. Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry, game, sorry. Oh yeah, no, everyone died in the submarine ending. It was confusing as hell. Because if everyone died, who killed them? Stage road 5, this is 671. Oh, okay. You found it! Okay, time for me to keep summarizing everything. The wall of water forces Junpei out and he sprints down the hallway. He runs up the stairs. Oh god, the water's coming. He sprints upstairs. He's trying to look for anything. And then, huh? 7 more people. That's crazy. Okay. Junpei quickly decides he's going to give them all code names that he's going to forget about and the game's going to drop in like 5 minutes, so I'm really glad that happens. We meet our entire cast of characters here. But we gotta hurry, we're trying to check out all the doors. And a door with a 4 on it and a door with a 5 on it? That's wild, that is. Okay. Wait, they don't open? Oh, that's crazy. Okay, there must be something we can do here. I don't know what it would be, though. Oh my god, that's my childhood friend, Akane Kurashiki. What the hell is she doing here? Ah, she fell on me. Oh god, we're so close together now. That's crazy. The burgeoning romance is interrupted. Zero speaks on the loudspeaker. He's like, you gotta play the Nonara game. It's like what you did with the doors and the cabins you were all stuck in, except with your bracelets instead. Also, like, if you go through the doors wrong, then you'll die. Oh, you only have 9 hours, by the way. Good luck. Seek a door that carries a 9. Okay, we better get looking, because we really don't want to play this idiot's game, so we'll go and look for another way out, but they spend an hour, and oh god, there's no other way out, except the water seems to have stopped, so maybe Zero set up some sort of plug so that the water doesn't go anywhere. That's cool. Okay, we need to get a sun symbol, an earth symbol. There's all sorts of astrological signs on these doors, so presumably there'll be keys somewhere. Akane reveals Junpei's name to everyone else, and they're like, well, okay, we've got to try coming up with code names. So 7 goes with 7, Santa goes with Santa, Ace goes with Ace, Lotus, Snake is 2, Clover is 4, Junpei is 5 because he doesn't get a code name, Akane goes with Jun because she's number 6, and now the only one who doesn't have a code name is the 9th man, who actually hasn't said a single word. But he's decided he's going to find another way out, and he grabs Clover quickly and puts a knife to her throat. And everyone's like, whoa, this is crazy, what are you going to do? And then he makes Clover scanner thing on the little, the thing. Then he brings Ace over to scan his as well. And then he scans his own one. And that gives you 9 plus 1 plus 4, which is 14. 1 plus 4 is 5, the digital root is 5. He goes through the door, he's like, cool, this is awesome. I managed to find a way out without the rest of you, see you nerds. Except he starts screaming that someone lied to him and that he's been murdered by someone, and then he blows up. That's crazy, that is. Okay, we following so far? Oh. All of that makes sense, yeah? Cool. Okay, Junpei decides that they should at least look in the door and see what's going on. So he's gonna check it with Ace and Lotus. Ace, Lotus, you think you could give me a hand here? The pun was a little too on the nose, but the mood was still grim, and I think that's literally, like, it, but... Both Ace and Lotus lifted their left hands silently. He verified, and she followed suit. 5 plus 1 plus 8 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5. They'd fulfilled the conditions. If they were to pull the lever on the side. Are you guys ready? Junpei opens the door, and on the other side is the body of the 9th man, and it is gross, and the game goes into some severe descriptions as to what it looks like, and it blew up everywhere, and it looks like spaghetti and stuff. Jun starts having some sort of feverish attack, and then, 10 bells. Okay, so we've spent a whole hour and a half or something. That's crazy. It turns out that everyone has a bomb in their stomach, and if they break one of the rules, that bomb will explode. The bomb was implanted while they were asleep. I don't see a point in having Junpei out like an idiot, because he just gets corrected by Lotus. Like, there's no extra dialogue there at all. He just thinks about it, and then he's like, no, I think that's wrong. Snake reveals he had extra things. Extra message. It explains what the red and the dead are. You have to verify with the red, and then you have 81 seconds after you've passed through the door before you die to verify yourself again with the dead on the other side to deactivate it. Otherwise, you blow up. And everyone who verified on this side of the door has to verify on the other side of the door, otherwise they all blow up. They decide they gotta try and figure some stuff out to see who Zero actually could be, because who would possibly trap all these people here when some of them know each other but most of them don't. We've used a whole 1/6 of their time, because they just sit around talking all day long, all day, every day. Ooh. 7, Snake, Clover, and Ace decide they want to go through door number 5, which leaves everyone else to go through door number 4, because that's where their digital route would be. Junpei, you're not a moron. However, Junpei might not be a moron, but what he could be is an asshole. Ooh. Let's decide. Where are we going? Which door? We could go with our assigned values and go through door 4. Or Junpei does really want to check out that body. And that would allow us to go through door 5. Go. You have 1 minute. We've done them both before, for what it's worth. Like, there's nothing new here. There's no new content. If you guys tie again, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna do it. There's no point hosting these polls. Any door with Lotus? We would go through door 4 with Lotus. We would go through door 5 with 7 and Snake, and we would go through door 4 with Lotus, June, and Santa. Okay, it looks pretty. Looks like y'all want door 4. Twitch chat has 1 joke and it's tying polls. No, gang. 8 people voted in this. Why do I even let you vote? Come on, please, lurker, lurker, lurker. God damn it. Okay, I guess we're flipping a coin. Heads for door 4, tails for door 5. It is tails. Junpei decides he's going to be an asshole and he has to go through door 5. That means the Ace and Lotus are going to have to go through door 4. Lotus isn't particularly happy with that because it means that she doesn't get to hang out with her old pal Snake, who is actually her brother. But oh well. Door 5 is quick. Yeah, but they have different. We have many endings left, you know? Oh god, we better deactivate with the dead after we went through with 7 and Snake. Okay, we did it. Cool. Awesome. Life is good. Woo, woo, woo! Okay. And where are we at? Ah, that's a big old dead body. But the bracelet came off because he died. Because if you die, then the bracelet comes off. Or if you leave the ship, then the bracelet comes off. I don't remember this puzzle. Seek a way out! Oh no, I remember this puzzle. Snake's hearing's really good in it. It's actually so good, even though he's blind, he thinks he could beat someone in a fight. Okay, the desk has nothing in it. There's a yoink the map of the ship. I feel like they'll force me to grab it at some point anyway. Okay, Snake says something weirdly misogynistic if I recall correctly. Analyze the bathtub. Okay. Okay, piece of paper. Vase. Right, back in here. No. In here. In here. Water. Fill the vase with water. Pull the plug. That's not pulling the plug. Okay, drain the water. Yoink. Another score plate. Toilet. Okay, I'm glad that's there. Empty suitcase. Empty suitcase. Score plate. I swear we'll have some new puzzles today. Don't worry. Okay, then we have the back score plate. I'm missing a score plate. Oh, 7 has amnesia, by the way. He can't remember who he is or why he's on the ship. Which, to be fair, none of them know why they're on the ship. Okay, there's nothing out there. Okay, I must have missed something in this room then. Or there's two doors. Ah. Safe is locked, and there we go. Yoink. Okay, we have all the score plates. It's a music stand. Okay, now we can play the music, except the piano's all fucked up. Okay, we did it. This game. And we're done. Music is not my forte. And playing the piano inexplicably opens the door. So that's cool, right? You found it! Yeah, it's wrong on purpose. It's been set up wrong. Okay, we're in a long hallway. 7 has managed to bar the door with something. Something I probably didn't pick up. Maybe the vase, I don't know. This is great. Okay, there's a Venus symbol there. There's a bunch of astrological signs. So they're like, okay, well, let's go check out this room. They head in and it's a casino. And the door behind them locked itself. Seek a way out! Okay, so I have to gather all of the playing cards. Clover, diamond, heart. No, not that one. Has to be the middle one. We did it! We won! That's crazy! Wow. And in the bottom drawer, there is a key with a Venus symbol and a card. So that's awesome, that is. Yoink. Okay. Okay, now we gotta play Baccarat in order to win this, in order to open it up and get the 8 card, which we will need. Which means we have to add up 3 numbers to at least 9 in order to win at Baccarat. Okay, and that's 2, 3, 4, right? Yep. There we go, now we can have the 8 card. Okay. Now I need to put the 8 card in here because 8 add ace adds up to 9. Which means it opens that big old thing that's got a 9 in it. And then all we have left are 3 cards. Slap, slap, slap. And they thankfully give us a digital root of 9. And that's it, that's the door. You found it! Damn, I bet the speedrun scene for this game is crazy thinking about it. Okay, so we're back in that room. We can now use the Venus key in order to unlock this grate, and then go down. Okay, we can't go down any further, that's crazy. Snake's hearing is so good he could go backwards. Junpei and Seven decide to be wildly sexist. There's a massive hallway full of doors, that's crazy. We open one door randomly in a different place and it takes us into a big hospital room with 3 marked doors in it. A 3, a 7, and an 8. While we're looking at them, we furiously hammer them. And then we realize, hey, they're not working properly. They don't say vacant on them. That's crazy. I wonder why that is. Snake theorizes that something must have been removed from them. We turn around and it's everyone else! Oh my god, all of our pals are here. We're all together. That's awesome. And everyone's happy even though the 9th man died. That's probably because they want to be happy that they're alive. 7 theorizes that the ship is the Gigantic, a sister ship of the Titanic. But then he can give no real evidence apart from the fact that it, you know, has big ship vibes. Oh, still got 6 hours left. That's only 6 hours. They decide they have to search all the rooms because what else are they supposed to do? So they all split up in order to search them all. For an hour, and then Junpei goes back, and they're all working? That's crazy. Everyone's just in there and they were just waiting for him, I guess. They all work. It's very weird. Snake has disappeared. Nobody knows where the hell he went. Clover's like, what? My brother would never leave me behind. But they can't just stay here forever. So they decide they're gonna go look for Snake. Except, honestly, we're not. We already looked for that guy. We already know, we already know he's not having a good time. So Junpei and June, they're just not even gonna try and look. And then they come back and they're like, okay, well, we can't wait forever. We have to keep going. We only have so long until the boat sinks. Lotus is like, well, we can't all make it through the doors. So we're gonna have to leave someone behind because the numbers don't work properly. And everyone's like, well, okay, I don't know who we're supposed to leave behind, though. I mean, we have to do it, but none of us want to leave someone behind. That's crazy, that is. And Ace is like, I'll stay behind. Don't worry about me. I know that you'll all come back and rescue me once you get off the ship. Seriously, don't worry about me. I'm alright. And they're like, okay, well, we gotta hurry. And June's like, come on, we can't leave Ace behind. So she goes over to try and convince him, but it turns out that he's injected himself with anesthetic in order to knock himself out, so that she can't force him to go with them, and he now has to remain behind because he would only slow them down, and they are on a time crunch. So now we have to decide who's going through each door. 7 says he's going through door 7, Lotus says he's going through door 8, and we are going through which door? We cannot go through door 3, we cannot be assholes. But let me check this out, we can go through 7 or 8. Yep, let's start a poll. Which door? 7 with 7 and other people. Or 8 with Lotus and other people. Actually, we always go with Clover and the one associated with the number. Is grey meaning we've done this already? Yes. 3 would be funny. 3 locks us into the ending we got last time. Okay, a lot of people want to see the new door. That makes a lot of sense, right? Like, I get that. And also that means that we can finally slow down and actually have some dialogue. Woo! Yeah, okay, people really want door 7. What did you know all the endings? I have a flowchart. What the hell did 10 people vote on this? Okay. I don't think 3 exists purely to knock assholes. Yeah, I think so. Because you gain nothing for going through door 3. It just takes away your choices. Okay, door 7. Let's go. I think I'm gonna go with door 7. Okay, 7 it is. Yeah. Alright then, that means June's gotta go through 8. What? Why? What? Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain. If the 6 of us are going to keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it. Plan A. Go through door 7 with 358, and go through 8 with 467. Plan B. Go through 7 with 457, and go through 8 with 368. Plan C. Go through 7 with 367, and go through 8 with 458. And that's it. Those are our only options. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now? As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. Oh no. You're saying we aren't going to get to see each other again for a long time? Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. It's even harder when you consider that last time we did leave her behind for like 2 seconds and she got stabbed. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. Hey, come on, you're making it sound like we're never going to see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that. You mean they're connected somewhere? Yeah, probably. Probably. She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't connect, neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
Jun said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as he looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise. June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Yes. Promise? What number was Snake? 2. Like Snake Eyes. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment. You guys are done, right? He stretched and continued. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. Whatever. It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. Alright, we're ready to go then. Let's move. At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked toward door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath.
You guys ready?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Time for us to hang with our boy 7. The door had opened. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. Jun stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. And someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
Only 81 seconds left. No time to waste, guys. Let's get moving.
7 led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall. To the left of a wooden door, they found the dead. There was no time to rest or catch their breath. All 3 slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. I don't think you could get crushed in the door because they seem to be swing doors. Like, it would just push you backwards, I think. Still trying to catch his breath, Seven leaned heavily against the wall.
It stopped. It stopped.
His smile seemed forced and a little crooked.
This is the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but never really got used to it.
He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him. I would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that.
What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again, I dare you.
You have no...
You little... You want to die?
I'd like to see you try.
You fucking brat. Alright, let's go.
Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for, this. It's not gonna do us any good. Gosh. Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced. Wait here for a minute, alright? I'm gonna go see if there are any other doors. They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway. Exie, welcome in. I'm gonna take a small drink. Seven's voice tears my throat asunder. God did not intend my throat to make those sounds. Probably get your arm caught in it. That's true. Then that would kill everyone on the inside, right? Because none of you would be able to use the dead. Oh, the stretch as well. First, he examined the inner part of the numbered door. By the way, I think it took us over 3 hours. It might have been like 3.5 hours to get to this stage on the first day. Just to elaborate on how much skipping through the text like actually skips. This game is really not a puzzle game. It's a visual novel in disguise. First, he examined the inner part of the numbered door. It was, of course, shut tight. On the left was a single short hallway that terminated almost immediately at a thick iron wall. Junpei doubted the wall could be moved. At last, he gave up and returned to Seven, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door.
This door's the only option we got, right?
Yeah, it looks like it. There was a metal plaque bolted above the door. It read, Operating Room. If it was to be believed, the room on the other side of this door was an operating room. Something about it made Junpei feel nervous.
Well, there's no point to standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
Seven grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman. It really didn't. A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine. Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. Seven followed, with Clover right behind him. Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen. Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums. He and Seven ran toward Clover to see what had frightened her. They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
What the hell is this?
Is that a corpse? It was something that looked kind of like a human, lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed. An operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling. That's not how you spell Sean, right? It's S-H-O-N-E, surely. Like, what is that? Yeah, okay. It just occurred to me, it's a word you see so infrequently that I was like, maybe I'm wrong. Slowly, they approached. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all. What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something. A doll? Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked, as intently as possible, from as far away as possible, at the thing. Junpei could see her relax. You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me. She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls.
Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty!
Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
Yeah, bring it on, you whale! Hey, guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off. Junpei sighed and shook his head. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart.
Oh, this? You mean on his chest?
Yeah. It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart. Why would there be a heart in a doll? I don't think it's a doll. You think maybe it's, like, a medical mannequin or something?
Or maybe it's got more personal uses.
Seven's grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him. Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go. Okay.
Sure thing.
Seek a way out! These dolls are really kind of creepy, you know.
Hey, it says something here.
John? You think that's this doll's name? Maybe. This thing is creepy.
I wonder why it's on the bed.
Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says KG on the display.
You think maybe it's a scale?
A creepy medical mannequin is lying on the bed. Apparently, his name is John. This is the worst room. Do you know it? An operating table. Do you think old operating tables look like this? I have no idea. A white cloth. Pull the cloth, dumbass. An internal organ, specifically a lung. Can I remove it? Okay. A medical mannequin with its guts showing. Ew, gross.
Hey, Junpei, there's a slit in this thing's chest.
Yeah, sure is.
There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Damn it. Stinking thing won't budge. It's stuck.
Well, I guess you can't use force on this one then. We need something small that can fit into that little hole.
A scalpel that's not rusty.
Seems like it was put here for a reason, huh? You think it's telling us to cut something? Yeah, I do. I mean, it's a little bit rusty, Seven. It's a little bit rusty. I don't want this in me. You know what I mean? None of this other stuff looks useful.
Yeah, it's all pretty rusty.
Do needles rust? What on earth are culture forceps? Yeah, I mean they'll tell me, but like, you can't just drop scalpel and culture forceps on me. Are those scissors? They look kind of funny. Don't say a specific kind of forceps as though I've ever heard the word forceps in my life. I'm familiar with biceps.
No, that's probably a pair of culture forceps. Surgeons use them during operations. They can hold blood vessels shut and keep tissue out of the way. We could use it to pull stuff out of small holes or something like that.
Okay, well, I guess we know exactly where to do that. A bunch of surgical tools. Huh? How did that work? What? So we took the organ thingy out of the chest thingy.
It's a lung, not an organ thingy.
Oh. This part here on the back, it's all rubbery.
You're right.
So it's a fake organ, of course it'd be. Wait, what's Seven grabbing it for?
Hey, it feels like there's something in here.
You think we can cut through the rubber part? I'm so confused. How did the kosher forceps help me with that? I thought there was like a hole somewhere else in the mannequin. I didn't realize it was to get the lungs out. That... okay. Well, let's slice it open. Let's try cutting this organ with a scalpel. Ah, the organ key. There's a key in this organ.
Found a key in an internal organ.
Thanks, guys. The chest of the medical mannequin. One of the organs is missing. The organ is... Argon? Really, Clover? I expected more from you. Oh, like you could do better. Ew, that's gross!
This is the chest. It's a woman's chest. The heart's gone, but it's pretty hot.
If that kind of thing turns you on, Seven, you're a real creepo. Maybe you're supposed to heat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria. There's a boiling thingy over there. There's nothing on the lid or in the drawers. There are a whole bunch of bottles on the shelves. They all look like medicine. They've got labels, but they're all big medical words that I don't understand. There's a lot of different kinds of medication. It's hard to tell them apart. The drawer is empty. Yeah, nothing there.
What's this thing? It's got these short iron legs.
Maybe it's a heater? There's nothing inside it. Oh, hello.
This bed doesn't look very comfortable.
Another medical mannequin?
For the looks of it, this one's a chick.
She has a name, too.
Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm.
Maybe we're supposed to gather all her parts? If that's true, that's depressing that I've only found one of them.
Huh? There's some sort of lid on this thing.
Why don't you try opening it?
Can't. No handle. I can't get under it with my nails either.
If only we had a pair of kosher forceps. Chest of the medical mannequin. An organ is missing. Am I dumb? How am I missing so many parts? Oh. Nope, never mind. It's locked. Junpei, where are you going?
That's the door we came through.
The only thing out there is the numbered door.
I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you that the number door is a one-way deal. So...
You're saying there's no point to going back there, huh? And they're nodding. Awesome. It's locked. It's an old operating table. Medical mannequin is lying on it. John is just lying there. What could this key be for? Thing for boiling tools to sterilize them. There's nothing in the drawer. What's up with the thing on the fake chest? It's a decent question. Oh. No. The chest of a medical mannequin. There's a hole in the left side of the chest. A key we found in one of the mannequin's internal organs. How am I missing so many body parts? It won't let me put it on the table. An old hard bed. An old hard bed. An old hard bed. An old hard bed. Lucy's head and left arm are sitting on the bed. Maybe something will happen if we gather all of her body parts. There's some kind of device attached to the bed. It says kg on the panel. Is this a scale? Unironically, am I dumb? That's a lot of tools. Bunch of surgical tools. None of them look very useful. It's an old operating table. Wherefore art there body parts?
A table with a scalpel and forceps. They're all rusty, though. Don't think they'll be really useful.
Can you take the dude's part? No! John is just lying there. John is just lying there. There's nothing on the lower shelf. There's a lot of different kinds of medication. It's hard to tell them apart. That's a lot of medicine.
I wonder if one of these is a laxative.
Yeah, it sounds kind of gross, but I'm pretty sure every one of us has had the same idea. If we had some laxatives, maybe we could crap out the bomb Zero put in us. Unfortunately.
Damn it. I don't know what medicine does what here.
I used wherefore wrong. When did I say wherefore? There's a pipe going outside. There's a pipe going outside. Hey, I know. Let's go through that pipe and escape. Are you nuts? What the hell is wrong with you? Junpei, are you flexible like an octopus or something? There's a pipe going outside. Since we're not octopi, we can't go through that. Looks like it's probably a heater. There's nothing in it. I'm so confused. It looks like it could be a scale next to the operating table. Something that looks like a lid on the front of it. Can I get closer? There's just nothing in this room!
Just a wooden partition. Nothing special about it.
Why can you go around the sides here? To what end? Am I missing something? Awesome, it's unlocked. What unlocked it? It wasn't the key. Okay. There's a note on top of the table. Iron equals 1, salt equals 2, water equals 3. Okay, that's the weight of them. Carbon dioxide, CO2, so it's 3. Ammonia, oh my god, I don't remember what's in ammonia! Oh, I haven't done this in so long! Ethanol is easy though, that's 2 carbons, an oxygen, and 6 hydrogen. So that's 9. Right, okay, let me hold on. CO2 is 3. Ethanol is 9. Ammonia is NH3, so that would be 4. Right, okay. Ammonia 4. So the code must be 349. Ethanol is C2H6. No, that's ethane. Ethanol has the oxygen in it. Did you do that just so you could say "oh right" in all caps? Because that's what it's got at the end of it. What do you think this is a hint for? Maybe it's got something to do with this box. You know, they're obviously... Okay, so yes, the code here is blatantly 349, but shall we try and actually get some dialogue out of these fools as opposed to just typing that in? Because, like, they don't expect you to know that. I refuse that they expect you to know that. It looks like there's something inside that bottle.
Why don't you try pouring some out of the cap?
Can't see any reason why not. What's that? It's bright blue. Do you think it's alien blood?
Where the hell did that come from?
And what do you think it is, Seven?
I don't know, some sort of special bath soap?
What a boring guess. It looks like there's something inside that bottle.
Why don't you try pouring some out into the cap?
Can't see any reason why not. What's that? It's bright red. Do you think it's blood?
No, blood's thicker than that.
Then what is it?
Beats me.
Killer, are you not a Clover fan? The box is locked. Looks like you have to enter a passcode on the keypad to open it. You can only enter 3 numbers. Use for enter and C is clear. Once you input the number, press E. If you mess up, press C. Let's give it a shot. Okay, I refuse though because there will be dialogue about that. I know there will. Hey, Junpei, you think there are any slugs on this ship? Uh-huh. Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them. What's she pointing at? The label states NaCl. Salt, huh? Do you think Seven will shrivel up if we put it on him?
Hey, you say something?
Something stinks. Is it coming from this bottle? It says NH3.
Well, that of course stinks. It's ammonia.
There's a bottle of ammonia on the shelf. It says NH3 on the label.
Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about that bottle. It says C2H5OH, right?
And you just read that and went, yeah. It's ethanol.
That's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of.
So, you're gonna drink it?
Nah, I won't. Might say that's what it is on the label, but there could be anything in there. Hey, Junpei! There's dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf!
Why don't you just say water? What's this?
Looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2.
So it's a can filled with carbon dioxide? Interesting. Bottle of salt on the shelf. The label says NaCl. Junpei, there's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf. How do you know it's iron? The label says Fe. Fe stands for iron, right? Okay, I guess they're not giving me anything, huh? That's kind of cool. Can only enter 3 numbers. E is for enter and C is clear. Once you input the number, press E. If you mess up, press C. Let's give it a shot. It's an arm! Right as the general keep his armies in his sleeveys. It's the right arm of the body. It's kinda creepy. A heart! This thing is super creepy.
This ain't good for the heart.
But I still need legs. Canister of carbon dioxide on the shelf. Label says CO2. You think we should go back? Yeah, I think that's probably best. Clover nodded and laughed. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit. Hey, Seven, what's up?
Oh, well...
He looked up at Junpei distractedly, and then back down at the brown bottle he held cupped in his large hands. What's that? In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. Caught it and twisted it around to read the label. Ethylene diamine tartrate?
EDT. It's tartaric ethylene diamine.
What kind of medicine is that?
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still. Looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
Junpei looked up from the bottle. You remember something? Seven nodded slowly and spoke.
Well, I remember a story about EDT. It happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But...
A year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate. Once the crystal turns into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening at EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They'd been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment, but now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread.
It was like, man, how do you say it?
You mean like it was infected with a virus or something? Seven shook his head.
No, not like that. It spread like wildfire. It showed up in labs that were completely isolated from the rest of the world. It even started happening to crystals that were completely sealed up. It doesn't seem like it could have been a result of this stuff coming in contact with other samples.
Then...
Well, I guess it was some sort of information. Like, the crystals were transmitting this information all over the world somehow.
what information?
How to make a new crystal. Something had to tell the stuff how to do it, right? Like I just whispered to the EDT in the tank. Hey, if you do this, you can take in water molecules.
Come on, man, that's just... I mean, who is this someone, anyway?
Someone you can't see. Someone who exists all over the world.
You mean, like, a god?
Or maybe the devil.
Seven grinned. As Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room. Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez. Seven looked at Junpei.
Yes, so anyway, that's the story. Might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. Information being transmitted invisibly. Could such a thing really happen? Well, thinking about that crap isn't going to help you right now. Think for the hydrate. Hydrate for Satan. Sure thing. Fluid. We need to figure out how to get the hell out of here first. He took a deep breath, tried to clear his mind, and followed after Seven. Okay, it's not like anything really fixed itself though, is it? Like for boiling tools to sterilize them, there's nothing in the drawer. Maybe legs are... Oh, we have bottles, you're right! What can I do with them, though? A bunch of surgical tools. None of them look very useful. Okay, hold on, let's try inspecting that. It's a bottle full of red liquid. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that's me told, I guess. A thing for boiling tools to sterilize them. There's nothing in the drawer. There's nothing on the lower shelf. A lot of different kinds of medication. It's hard to tell them apart. This is the first puzzle room in the game where I've genuinely had no clue what the hell's going on. Well, it looks like it could be a scale next to the operating table. Has something that looks like a lid on the front of it. Try the body parts? Yeah, I guess. I'm just not seeing what else to do. An old hard bed. Lucy's head and left arm are sitting on the bed. Maybe something will happen if we gather all of her body parts. She must have legs. She just must have legs. But where would they be? Lauropolis, welcome in. We are yearning for legs. Are there doors? There weren't any other doors, though. Like, around this one, this is the way out. It's locked, but... Wait. Don't you dare. I don't want to talk about it. 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 Cool, it's unlocked. So that's why... That's why the key didn't disappear, so it did unlock the other door. I thought it didn't because it was still with me. Oh. Oh, now we're in a room full of nonsense.
What's this? A light switch. Doesn't seem to be working.
It's locked. It won't even budge. Do you think this is the exit? Let's see. Huh. A piece of paper. What's this? Is this some kind of medical record? New material has been added to the file screen. Okay. Wait, how is she heavier? Every single individual part of her's lighter. The maths isn't mathing. $13. $29. Also, it only adds up to 31. Maybe her head is, like, ridiculously heavy. The hearts weigh 2 kilograms? Orpheus, how heavy are your hearts? How heavy is my heart? I've never had the urge to just scoop it out of my chest more than I do right now. Medical record around the preparation room. Has records for the 2 mannequins. Right, okay, that seems like nonsense. My heart is so heavy right now. I feel that. I really do.
A sink. The doctors and nurses probably wash their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here.
Alright, I'll be the judge of that. Okay. I found a beaker. There are 4 different lights, each one a different color. White, red, blue, and purple. Does this thing react to something and then the light lights up? Right, okay. So I have to fill it with liquid.
Hey, blue light turned on.
And I heard a noise. It sounded like something unlocking. 289.6 grams for young adult males. That doesn't seem very heavy at all compared to what this game's trying to tell me. Am I crazy? That's really light. Leg! This is the left foot of the mannequin. Do you think I'm better? What? Do you think my legs are skinnier? The left foot of a medical mannequin. You know, I'm much more of a right leg kind of girl. What's your leg preference? In chat. Which leg are you? I don't like left legs. I hate them. I'm not answering that. Middle. Left. Left leg. The red light's on now.
I think I heard another noise.
Can I just do all of these in one go? Oops.
Oh, I get it. Combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one.
Good job, Junpei. The purple light came on and I heard it unlock. I'm sure it's unlocked. The locker with the purple plate has got to be unlocked. Alright, let's see what happened. I don't know why he won't... Did he just put the red and blue liquid back? Oh, he put it in one bottle of purple liquid. That bottle has purple liquid in it. I put my right angle when standing on one leg, I prefer the right one. Look, I hate my left leg because that's the one that had a tumor in it. So, like, I've never really forgiven it for that, and I still sometimes have phantom pains. Now, the right leg, that's where it's at. My right leg's never done me wrong.
The right foot of the medical mannequin. I guess it's a woman's foot, but damn, doesn't look hot at all.
Have you got a thing for feet, Seven?
No, that's crazy.
You're sure acting kinda shady. A giant nose. This is a really big nose.
That's no nose. It's a stomach.
Oh, a stomach. They got me! They got me! They got me! They saw me coming a mile away. Okay, we have all the body parts now, though. What? What? Oh, I didn't realize I was moonwalking. Okay. An old hard bed. Okay, so we've collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. So the ones we got must be for Lucy, right? Yeah.
Seems like it.
Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections? No.
Agreed.
Alright, let's get started. Combine! Hey, nothing happened.
That's odd.
Maybe it's the wrong weight? Weight? Yeah, well, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed. Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number.
How are we gonna do that?
I think we're supposed to swap her body parts with John's. Oh.
Let's give it a shot.
Operating instructions. The screen below displays 2 medical mannequins. It does not. You can switch their body parts by touching the part you want to switch out, and then the part you want to switch in. So I can give, like... Okay, that was a lie. That was a blatant lie. Well, let's just see where this gets me. Oh. Okay. I did it. I did the puzzle.
Hey, Junpei, I just heard something. It came from John's operating table.
I just wanted to switch... I just wanted to see what we... After the sheer puzzle of can't open door, that felt underwhelming.
We better check it out.
This wasn't very hard, huh? Unlike Junpei in the freezer. Huh? The lid on the scale. Hey, it opened! Oh, I get it. It must have opened because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. Jupiter key. There's a mark engraved on this key. I think it's the Jupiter symbol. What am I gonna do with the purple liquid? What's it for? Slurping? Crunk? Gripping and sipping? Hell yeah.
Hey, hold on.
Junpei stopped, about to put the key into the doorknob. What's up?
Where's Clover?
Huh? Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. Ah, God damn it, where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute, I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her, standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin. Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here. She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead. What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John? It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing. Hey, Clover, can you hear me? Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly, her mouth opened, and she whispered in a dry, dead voice. My brother might be dead. Gonna make friends there before she fucking kills us? Well, we should have gone through door 4 then. Uh-huh. That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next. Suddenly, the operating room felt very, very cold. What are you talking about? What's wrong with you? He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Well, let's just get out of here. We've got the key, let's use it. That cool with you? Clover nodded, almost imperceptibly. Still, Junpei was glad to see she was at least somewhat responsive. Put his hand on her shoulder and guided her to the preparation room. As they arrived at the door, she suddenly stopped. I'm sorry. What was this? Why was she apologizing? Junpei wasn't sure what to make of her. Was she emotionally unstable because her brother had gone missing? I'm really sorry. Just forget everything I told you, okay? Don't worry about it. Really, I mean it. How could anyone pretend not to hear something like that? But something told him this wasn't the time to press the issue. Junpei gave her the warmest, kindest smile he could manage. Alright. Thank you. Her smile was weak. It was almost painful to watch.
Damn, what the hell took you guys so long?
Seven looked up as they walked into the room, clearly irritated.
You playing doctor in there or something?
Maybe. Jealous? Seven avoided answering the question. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking. Just do it, alright?
Fine then. He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. You know what time it is, chat? The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it. Alright, let's get going.
Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy? You know, get a little excited?
Not really. Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway. Am I going crazy? Where's the you found it? Did we already have it? My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next. Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead and she was likely to follow him. How could he pretend to be happy after hearing something like that? You found it! God, I was wondering where the hell that was. I was starting to think I'd missed it. They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked. Until, at last, the final door was hidden in a corner of the hall. Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover. Jumpy! He spun around. He saw someone running toward him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming toward Junpei and his companions. Santa, Lotus, and June. They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
Whoa! What the hell is this?
What are you doing here? What? But we didn't... Before he could finish, Clover spoke. Hey guys, could you come take a look at this? She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the ship's interior. It said C deck in the upper left corner. It was, they assumed, a map to the floor they were on. Door 7 and Door 8. The map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. Choji Yakimichi, welcome in. Also, Mortified Penguins, welcome in. And Ravane, welcome. You're all sneaking in when I'm not looking. Shoot, I actually don't think I welcomed in Robin or Orpheus. I've responded to them several times. Or Stardust Piggy. Oh my god. Chat, I'm really bad at this. I've been here the entire time. I thought so. Okay, I am... but I definitely didn't welcome, like, anyone in. So that's what's throwing me off here. Didn't welcome me. I think I did welcome you, DD, right? Aren't you, like, one of the only people I did? Welcome in, everyone. We judge you. I'm sorry I didn't welcome y'all earlier. I'm sorry. I was reaming. Thank you for the hydrate, DD. How is everyone today? Apart from, obviously, Lauropolis with the heavy heart. Sick? No, I assume that you mean, like, you know, like, radical Like, down with it. Did you sneak out of your hair? Oh my god. Please don't live in my hair. Is significantly better than yesterday? Oh, hell yeah. Back to a lot of us at the beginning. Orpheus, I am clearly losing it. Okay. It's my old age. I'm 21 now. It's all falling apart. I got my Xmas tree 'cause it's only a few hours from December. Okay. Okay. Door 7 and Door 8. The map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. In fact, illness sadly? Well, I hope you get better soon. In fact, hold on, have we? No, we haven't seen this apparently.
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the notary game works.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. They moved, as one, for the door. He pulled the map of the ship's interior off of the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward, took hold of the door and spoke, without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
Slowly, all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. So I think now we're caught back up to where we were. I'm wrong, though. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. Should I can only eat 4 mini croissants today? I've had a full meal plus? Hell yeah! Stressed and nervous, have an important appointment on Monday? What kind of important appointment? Are you buying your 7th house? I hope it goes well for you, though. Unless you're buying your 7th house, in which case I hope it falls through. If you're buying your first house, sure, I'll let you have that. If you're buying your 7th house, no. Leave some houses for other people. We're just where the map had said they would be. The same room they'd been in not so very long ago. The tremendous central hospital room, with empty beds from wall to wall.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I'm sure you'll be back for me. I did hope you would come back, but I confess I didn't think you'd be back so soon.
I think it's actually met up now. Yes. We found the keys we need. Never mind. We're back to not being that. The key. Snorrace! Or maybe I shouldn't say that yet until Snorrace had a chance to say hi. I always worry that I say hi before... You know what I mean? Okay. I think now's good. Snorrace! Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Moz even gave a shout out to Snorrace while I was typing it. Oh my god, life is good. Snorrace is into a lot of the same sorts of games I am. So if you like seeing that sort of stuff, this is a big old exception, I won't lie. But, like, okay, I'm not saying, oh, Snorrace would hate this game. I'm saying, like, you know, challenge runs and such. But also, I suppose now there is difference. My point is, if you like me, you'll probably like Snorrace. So, I do recommend. Besides, anyone that raids me's gotta be cool, right? Long drive makes me nervous and the talk is like therapy, but they question you constantly. Ugh. Yeah, well, good luck. Don't be afraid to lie if you need to. My tab for this crash when I first came in, but hi. Hello. I'm sorry about the tab crashing. It's actually, I do that, sometimes to people to make them suffer. Whenever people raid, I'm like, okay, mods do /crash. Why are you making assumptions that we like her? Well, I've made the opposite assumptions before, and that hasn't worked out well either, so there really is no middle ground. The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Alright, Junpei?
Junpei nodded. Ah, the solar system keys. We found a couple more in the laboratory in the kitchen. Here, the Earth key and the Saturn key card. And with that, she pressed them into Junpei's hand. The metal key had the Earth symbol on it, and the key card had the Saturn symbol on it. I might lose them. It's probably better if you hold on to them. That way it won't be my fault if they get lost. Junpei felt slightly less than honoured. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. I think now we're good. I'm wrong though. I wondered what that Twitch command did, but now you know, now you know. What were you up to? What were you doing? How was your stream? Were you vibing? We are playing, what even is the name of this wretched game? 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. A horror mystery visual novel, that would claim to be a puzzle game, but it's a visual novel. It's not fooling me. The Jupiter key, which had been found in the operating room. It says above and below you. You're right about that, huh? I'm the only person that can't see that. The Earth key, which Lotus had just handed to Junpei. The Saturn key card, which Lotus had also just handed to Junpei. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. Jun spoke up. I think now we're good, right? Yep. The Jupiter keys for that long staircase, long hallway, whatever. But Clover's like, okay, we have to go through door 3. So they decide to go through with Ace and 7. Just to see if Snake's on the other side. So we decide we're going to go and check out some other doors. And see what we get. Is there any reason we came back here? No idea. You know, that's a good question. Junpei looked off into the distance, thoughtfully. Lotus sighed and shook her head. I can't believe this. You guys followed me here, but you don't even know why? Junpei, you've got the solar system keys, don't you? You did? You pulled them out? The Saturn key card? And the Earth key? Junpei didn't see what they had to do with anything, though. Both he and Santa were completely lost. Fortunately, June took pity on them. Don't you remember the elevator? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with a Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So the 2 keys that Jumpy has should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck, huh? Yes, that's right. June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa. Alright, I got it. Extremely, because I was taking the chance to stream a little of a Trails game. Ooh, I do like those. I'm only familiar with the first one, but I enjoyed it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, alright? Sounds good. Okay, I think we're back to... yeah. So we're gonna go and search the Saturn keycard, except the elevator comes up from below the water. So that's a stretch. I started on doing my thing. We are not doing the elevator text again. I'm not having Junpei be like, God, I wish you were wet. We're not doing that. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. And then it just skips like half the conversation. But it came from somewhere under the water, which is confusing. So they send in the elevator, it comes back up, it's still dry. Junpei gives... thank you for the stretch. Junpei gives the worst drawing ever. We'd probably die. Oh no, don't be so casual about something like that. At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here. Why is this new text? Lotus and Santa might already be back. What? Okay, I don't know what part of that was new text, but I wasn't allowed to skip much of it. Anyway, we found the number 6 door. So we head back, and they found door number 1. So we should head all the way back to whatever the squad was doing. We find them. They all seem to be in horrible shock. Snake is dead. We should go and check it out. 7 kept all the doors open so that we can just check them out easily. The body is in an absolutely repulsive state that I'm not going to describe. We don't need to hear about globs of yellowish fat trailing down the walls like slugs. Clover's having a straight up bad time. So what 7 theorizes is that 2 people opened the door along with Snake's bracelet, forced him in there and threw him in, and then 81 seconds later he blew up. What 7 doesn't seem to realise is that he is the only possible person who could have done that. Was Zero still on the ship with them? Of course, because that skips more text. Clover thinks Zero is one of us. Junpei is going to be like, that's possible, okay, I believe in that. But in order to open the 3 door and put Snake through it, it has to be 2 people with a digital root adding up to 1, which is confusing. Okay, we need to trust each other right now, says Ace, so off we pop. We scoot through the Mercury key card because they discovered that while they were in there. We see where that's going to go, and that takes us to door number 2. So now we found 2, 6, and 1, and we got to figure out which one we want to go to. So everyone votes via using paper from Junpei's notepad and says what they want to do, so that they can all go into different rooms. And Junpei decides that he wants to go through. You do not get a choice. You have railroaded us such that only one of these will give us a different ending. Good job. Good job, chat. Proud of y'all. So we will be going through door 6, which incidentally is the only one of these first 8 doors we have not been through. Can we vote anyway? Sure. Go! Which door? Okay, so far it's 100% for door 6 on account of that being the only option. Some people are abstaining from the vote. Door 2 gets a submarine. Door 2 gets you a submarine, and door 1 will get us a face full of axe, because we didn't help out Clover. Interestingly, door 2, when you pick it as your final door, always gets you the submarine. There is nothing you can do to get out of the submarine ending if you go through door 2. Just gonna throw that out there. I'm only throwing that out there because I find it hilarious that it's like door 2 just kills you. You just die if you go through door 2. There's nothing you can do. And I find that especially hilarious because why is there so much plot there? Also, if you go through door 3, you are forced to go through door 2. Which means that door 3 locks you into the submarine ending. And that means that if we hadn't gone through door 3 there, we might never have gone through door 3. So I'm very glad we went through door 3 last time. Basically. Okay, let's see how door 6 goes for Junpei. I want to go through door 6. Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. It read, Junpei, door 6. Of course it did. He'd written it after all. That's a problem. Jin spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she'd said. None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want. So Orpheus, what happened with the submarine ending is Junpei, Lotus, and 7 went into door 2, and everyone else waited for us. When we came out, none of them were there, so we decided to go through the door that we could now unlock from the key we'd found in there, except it was already unlocked somehow. And Clover, Santa, and Ace were all dead on the central staircase, which caused Lotus to freak out and sprint off towards God knows where, because we had another key. So 7 and Junpei had to chase after her. And we did that, we opened that door, went all the way through, and we found that June had been stabbed at the very end of all of that. Which Junpei went in and he was really upset about for like an hour and a half or something. Then he went outside the room and he realised 7 and Lotus weren't in there with him, and they were both dead outside. And then he went back in, walked towards the submarine that was floating in that room, and got stabbed and fell in the water and drowned. None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
Clover and I chose door 1. Lotus and I chose door 2.
That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however.
Digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6, but our digital route is 5. If we're going to open that door, we need a 1. Damn. What are we going to do now? What are we going to do? Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. The others followed suit, but with little result. Eventually, Clover broke the silence. Why don't Seven and Lotus go through door 1? With me. Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice, but her logic was sound. Seven and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 8 plus 4 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. The first problem resolved, Ace spoke up.
What about me?
Isn't that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable, given the horrible situation in which she had found herself, but even so.
I understand. I will go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door. No one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
3 plus 6 plus 5 plus 1 equals 15. 1 plus 5 equals 6. 7? Lotus, what do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either. Alright, then we're good to go. At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7 and Lotus headed to A deck, where door 1 was, near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. Hey, Lotus, can I pull you aside? Hey, listen to me, don't let Clover so much as see a sharp object. I mean, the axe is still in there. The ride to E deck was a silent one. Alright, let's go. Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long, straight hallway. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6. One by one, they put their palms over the red. With a soft electronic noise, it authenticated each of them. The door opened, and all at once the 4 of them leapt through it. Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly, and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication one by one. It stopped. Yes, it stopped. The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest, like a frantic, thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat. He'd been through the doors 3 times before, but repetition had not dulled the experience. He was not anxious to find it dulled, however. He hoped to be free of the ridiculous game long before that happened. Alright, let's go. With that attempt at good humour, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. Alright, let's go? That was an attempt at good humour? Am I missing some, like, serious Japanese joke rules? Oh, good humour like good spirits? Oh, okay. I didn't spot a shiny Quagsire because I was zoned out. But now you get one. Big old purple guy. It was a heavy thing, made of iron, and more than a little threatening. He took hold of the bar that served as its doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal. None of the accents of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional, but utterly tremendous. Whoa, what the hell is this? Santa got out a few words before awe stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps. It was easily the largest room they'd seen, and yet it was somehow closed and oppressive. The ceiling was at least 2 stories high, if not significantly more. It was easily several hundred feet across, and appeared to stretch the entire width of the ship. In the centre of that gargantuan room stood a massive rounded building. Even from a distance, the sheer bulk of it was oppressive. Junpei could feel the room, the building, even the air pressing down on him. Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important. Alright, let's head downstairs. Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way, eventually, to the floor beneath them. They moved around toward the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up.
This looks to be the steam engine room.
The steam engine room?
Yes, the thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is a boiler. Did you see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one is simply somewhat larger.
I see. Even if Ace was right, the boiler was boiling nothing as they approached it. The entire room was as silent as the grave. Suddenly, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees. Hey, what's wrong? Are you alright? He dashed toward her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders to steady her. It was then that he noticed. You're really warm. Is your fever coming back? Yes. Yes, it probably is. But I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. I just need to rest, and I'll be fine. Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did. Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. It could be worse, Junpei. At least I'm not vaccinated. She let her head fall back against the wall, as if she no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath. Her eyes were empty, as if she was having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Junpei felt his hand ball itself into a fist and clench tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn. They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern. He didn't need words to express the urgency of their situation. Alright, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon. She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall. Seek a way out! Though, don't mind, I just need to take my shirt off. Yeah. Okay, seek a way out! It's too hot in here. Which is weird, because it's winter. I guess the heating's working. It's a square hole. Nothing in here.
Ah, look at the back wall there. I can see 3 small slots. Terminals for some sort of connector, perhaps?
You mean you think we're supposed to plug something in here?
Perhaps.
Okay.
I believe this opening is for fueling the furnace. If we were to put some coal in here and ignite it...
Then the steam engine might start working?
It's certainly possible.
Man, this thing is huge. I guess a ship this big needs something like that to power it.
True, but I doubt a single boiler of this size could actually move a ship like this at any reasonable speed. You need at least 4 of these.
Huh, I guess you know a lot about boats, huh?
Well, not really, it's just common sense, you know?
Stairs stretched from the catwalk to the boiler. There are a number of these little windows along the inside of this thing. I think you're supposed to put coal in through these, but they're welded shut. I don't think we can get these open.
A golden gear.
Doesn't look like it was always golden like this.
Well, then I imagine it was prepared especially for this game. Looks like there's a door over here in this tunnel. The belt over there must deliver the coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this door. The door appears to be welded shut, however.
A huge bronze gear. This has to be important. It's a silver gear. Do you think it's made of pure silver? No way. Silver's way too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be steel or iron gear that's been coated with silver. Ugh. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have got your hopes up. Were you thinking you'd haul this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? The conveyor belt runs into a sort of arch tunnel. A tunnel. Goes all the way across the ship.
I'd say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. Probably comes from over there. And then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out here.
So if the conveyor belt was moving...
Yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here.
Huge bronze gear. This has to be important. Is this the same bronze gear? Am I going insane? This is where the coal goes, or would go if all 3 of these things hadn't rusted shut. No, it's not the same. No, it is the same. No, it's not the same. No, it is the same. Can you make up your mind? No. The slider is down. Let's see if I can get this thing to go anywhere. Ugh, man, no dice. This thing isn't going anywhere. The slider is down. Looks like Santa wants to give this one a shot. Ugh, damn it. Nothing. This thing won't budge. The slider is down. I guess Ace feels like giving it a try.
Nothing. It won't move at all.
The 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one is up.
There are a number of lines engraved in these. I suspect we are meant to do something rather specific with them.
Junpei, why don't you move that slider down? Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose.
Nothing.
Nothing happened.
Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow.
You're saying if we did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow?
Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it.
Wow, this might be the worst room. This might be the worst room. There is so much in this room. One of the doors on the furnace. There's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, let's give that sucker a twist. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. And it's totally pitch black in there. We should, go in here. Alright.
Let's go.
This looks just like the door we went into. Where are we?
We must be on the other side, yes?
Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt.
At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate.
Oh my god. There are a whole bunch of boxes in my way. I can't get through. Uh-huh. There's a wooden box hanging beneath the catwalk. There's a wooden box on the end of the rope hanging from the winch. It looks like there's something in the box. It looks like a hand-operated winch, but it doesn't look like there's any way to operate it.
That means the wheel isn't attached.
Okay. So that's all that's in C door. Well, anyway, looks like that's the pipe. Looks like the bottom connects to the conveyor belt housing.
Then coal must come out of this pipe onto the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe. There are a number of boxes on the catwalk.
I don't think we can go over there. Oh god. Oh my god, there's so many perspectives. We've had rooms that have like 4 perspectives. What is this? The stairs back down should be on the other side of these boxes.
You have an excellent memory. Use that to draw a map inside your head.
I can't! I have aphantasia!
That way you won't get lost.
How am I here? Wait, I'm not here. Alright, let's give this wheel a spin. Wheel come off, right? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. Gah. Ah, shit. Okay. Wheel comes on. Should probably use the map view more in this case. I can figure it out based on the doors, but the problem is that I keep thinking we're coming out in the same place, and it's confusing me. That it's never the same thing. I'm overly complicating it. It's a wheel that seems to be part of the winch. There are some pegs on the back. Look, they go into the holes on the winch. Okay. Good job, genius. You broke it. I didn't break it. It broke up by itself. Okay, so now we're good. Now we go back through this door. Then we go back through this door. Then we can attach this to the winch. The hand-operated winch. There's no wheel to turn. Oh yeah, I've got the wheel I pulled off the other winch, don't I? Let's see if it fits. Oh, sweet, it's a perfect fit, like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all. Good, I should be able to turn this now.
Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see, the wooden box? It's under the catwalk. Can you see it? It's hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it? It looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. At any rate, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you. Turn the fucking wheel!
Alright, I'll turn the wheel. Huh? What's this?
What happened?
The wheel only turns to the left.
It only turns to the left.
That means we can't reel up that rope. Yeah, we can only let the rope down.
Interesting. I don't think that will be a problem. We will simply need to go downstairs after letting the wooden box down. I will be counting on you, Junpei.
Sure thing, no sweat.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah. He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt. Santa older and anime boy. Near where Jun had collapsed. Junpei could see her, still leaning against the wall, as if she had barely the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. He almost thought he could see heat rising from her body.
She doesn't seem to be improving.
Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he'd said what they'd all been thinking. Well, of course not. She's not just going to get better right away, you know? It'll take time. He tried desperately to convince himself that what he'd said was true.
What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps?
Nah, it's got to be exhaustion. Santa's response was confident and certain. She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know?
So you're saying we're abnormal?
Yeah. We're just running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs. Santa snorted in disgust. A guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You remember being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying? Dunno. But it does seem like a possibility, you know? Guinea pig mentioned. Guinea pigs in chat. While I hydrate, I guess. Thank you for the hydrate. Dianthea has a funny haha name. They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him. Okay, so now we go back downstairs, which is this way, the catwalk. No. You want me to push you off her, Junpei? No way, Meow. You jackass. Back through A, I guess? Okay, the stairs were here. I am stupid. Oh my god. Okay. So the box is down here? Yeah. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. Why'd I lower it? Pair of boxes here. What? The other side? So confused. Oh, it was that! It was that! It was that! It was that! Control panel for... And it's got the 3 top... Okay, okay, okay. We know where this goes. We know where this goes. Some kind of machine. Maybe a control panel? Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes. Well, there's only one way to find out. In you go. Dude, you did it! Everything looks alright! Okay, but what do we do now?
Why don't you press the button next to it? The orange one. Yes.
Alright, I'll do that. Pushing. Sweet. All sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And, oh, yes, I think I just heard something turn on. Oh? Oh, what's that? What happened? Junpei, look, the conveyor belt's moving. The conveyor belt? Is it? Well, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal on the belt, though. Looks like a bunch of it got dumped off the end of the belt into that wooden box where we found the control panel. Coal. Coal, huh? Since the belt started moving, it's transported quite a bit of coal. It all drops off the left end of the belt right into the wooden box. Oh, cool! A box full of coal? For me? A wooden box full of coal. Guess there's really only one thing we can do with this stuff. True. There's a hole that'll let us put coal into the furnace. Maybe if we can get some coal in there and set it on fire. Okay, let's do it. Alright, that's the last of it. No coal left in the wooden box. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would just throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything? Oh well, a man can dream.
Junpei, explain it to me again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up there and make steam, which will then drive something else. Am I correct?
In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine. And drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the, gist of it.
Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal.
This furnace is enormous, so we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this.
Very well then, if the 3 of us work together, we should manage to fill it much faster.
I want to help too. Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. I think you better rest some more, alright? But No arguing. You need your rest, so you just stay there. We'll handle this. Okay. I understand. Alright. Time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. Sometimes people just have fevers, Orpheus. I wouldn't worry about it. Keep your June away from open flames. Man, this is a lot of work.
Alright, I think this should be sufficient.
Alright, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? I see. Then how are we gonna light it?
Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we?
Some sort of ignition device, huh? Okay, so that must be what the thing on the stairs was. Is this... I think it might be.
It probably is. I think this is how we might ignite the furnace.
That means that if we move that thing down... Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Hey, Junpei, Ace, look at this. There's big gears turning under the boiler here. Oh my god, animation? Things? For me? The gears.
They're spinning.
The hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. Sure. Oh, I should probably try and learn about it, right?
A gold disc. It has a number of lines engraved on it. I can make out 3 colors here. Red, blue, and black. I wonder what they mean.
Thanks, ma'am. Nope. Here. The bronze disc. It has a bunch of lines on it in 3 different colors. Red, blue, and black. I don't know where you put these. I've not seen anywhere to put these. The silver disc. Has a bunch of lines on it, but the red ones really stand out, right? The red ones, huh? Like, I can see that you can make a sun from the red ones, and that they all have to overlap somewhere, but I don't know where that would be.
Junpei, the gold disc we found. Do you remember where it was when we found it?
I think it was on the bottom left. Why?
Oh, I was just thinking.
Sure, the gold disc was on the bottom left when we found it. So this is the same... Okay. These are the same gears, but they're not, right? Okay, hold on. So Junpei's in there. Oh, they are the same. Okay, I don't really understand the layout of this room. The way they turn the camera is confusing. I've not seen anywhere for those to go. Conveyor belt comes out of a sort of arch-shaped tunnel. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. So you better keep looking, yeah. Keep on a-wandering. Oh! I will take it. Looks like this thing unlocks the door. There's a depression here that looks like it's the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. Maybe if we put those 3 discs we found in this thing. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's stick them in. Junpei, why do you just... I hate this man, I hate this man, I hate this man, I hate this man. Huh? That's odd. Nothing's happening. Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places?
Perhaps you have them facing the wrong directions. Perhaps you should rotate the discs to make some of the lines connect to one another.
Well, no harm in trying. Instructions for operation. When the disc is touched, it will rotate a certain amount. When the white arrow is touched, the discs are switched. Please note, when the discs are switched, the angles for the discs are reset. I hate him. I hate him. Okay. Remember the Junpei is basically Lottie? Hold on, where did that come from? The red lines on these discs. I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these. Did I not just do that? Junpei! You found it! That's like drawing a triangle and being like, I think I could draw a triangle. Yes, the door's open! Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. Okay, that room was nowhere near as complex as it looked, like at all. It wasn't even a case that I was overcomplicating it, it's actually like, it's really straightforward. I just think that the way they show off some of the angles is not great, is the issue. Ace seemed to share his excitement. Alright, Junpei. Why don't you go get Jun now? Santa and I will keep an eye on this door. Santa snorted.
Why do we need to do that? Even if it's shut, so we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again.
Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all three of us go and collect Jun then?
Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it.
He still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on the stairs petulantly. So you're only interested in being contrary? Ace sighed with the aid of a long-suffering parent. Alright, I'll go get Jun. I'll be right back. He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa, and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor, next to the conveyor belt, and Jun. As he drew closer, she stood up slowly. Are you okay? He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice. Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry. Jun blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish. Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead. Good. You're feeling a lot better. She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him. Are you sure you're alright? He had to be sure. Jun gave him a look. Oh, you're such a warrior, Jumpy. Oops. I mean warrior. Jun giggled. He wasn't sure if she'd just made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she really was feeling much better. He gave it a friendly poke on the forehead. Let's go. Go where? Oh, right, I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so... Great! Let's go! Jun clasped her hands and nodded urgently. As they walked back toward the exit, Junpei noticed Santa sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. Junpei and Jun slowed down and finally stopped in front of him. What are you looking at? Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet.
It's a photo. It's my sister.
Sister? Santa, you've got a sister? Santa simply nodded.
Yeah. Kid was as cute as a button.
Jun cocked her head, confused. She was only about an inch tall, then? Santa glared at her. Sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch? Santa didn't smile or laugh. He simply turned back to his picture and spoke.
I was her Santa Claus.
The sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at Jun, who shook her head. She didn't know either.
Have you ever heard the story of the two Santa Clauses? It goes that a long time ago, there were two Santas. One of them wore white, and the other one wore black. The white Santa gave presents to good kids, and the black Santa played tricks on bad kids. They went on like that for a while, but eventually the black Santa's tricks started to get worse and worse. Pretty soon, the white Santa couldn't stand it anymore, and he stabbed the black Santa to death. When he stabbed the other Santa, the white Santa got blood all over his clothes. And that's why, these days, his clothes are red. You could say that red is all that's left of the black Santa.
Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. Think for the stretch. Jun was staring at Santa, sadness playing on her face. He continued.
I wonder which Santa I am. The white Santa or the black Santa? Alright, let's go.
Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Junpei and Jun looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say.
Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!
What the actual fuck was that story? That's the story about Santa. Have you never heard that one before? Everyone, hello, time is nearly gone. Welcome in. I assume that story comes from somewhere, right? Like, they didn't make it up in the game writing studio, but I don't know where it comes from. I've never heard it outside of this game. Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them. They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired. The door had shut, but it wasn't cause for concern. Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once again. Oh, he did it himself this time! In single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them. Is this a warehouse?
No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight.
There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are. Junpei, Ace, and Jun had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance. Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going. I didn't even find the exit in that last room until it was open. Seek a way out! Box. A box? There's nothing inside.
These crates are quite large. They seem to be tied to one another with sturdy straps.
There are a bunch of bags in here. I wonder what's in them. A card with the ninth man's face printed on it.
What's that?
It's a card. It has a headshot on it.
A headshot?
Yeah. I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. A card with Santa's face printed on it. A card with Snake's face printed on it. This is Clover's card. Gotta cut up with the VODs today? Ooh. Are you excited to see what goes on next? You know, looking at this photo, she's kinda cute, isn't she? Huh? What's up? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Why does her smile make me feel cold? It's Ace's card. Oh, it's Ace's card. You look like some kind of European lord.
Oh, my headshot.
You want to see it? It's actually a pretty good picture.
No, I don't need to see it. In fact, we really ought to get back to our search.
It's a Sevens card. If this is supposed to be a trading card, it's not a very good one. Wow! So who are we missing? Junpei, Jun, and Lotus.
We've searched all the boxes. There's nothing in them.
Okay, so I need all of them to do that.
We've searched all the boxes. There's nothing in them. I didn't check that one, though.
This must be... Oh no! Don't look at it! I'm not cute at all, and I'm not photogenic, and I don't look sexy either. Next to Clover, my skin looks gross, and I'm not sexy like Lotus. I know guys go for women who look like Lotus, but I'm trying to. I'm doing the best I can. So please, don't call me a board or a trash can or a cutting board. Wait a minute, I haven't said anything like that, have I? No, those are, oh, you're right, those are crates, you're right. He checked all the boxes, but he didn't check the crates. That's right, that's so true. Not cool, man. You took this picture without my permission. It looks pretty cool, though. You look really handsome in this picture. Hey, knock it off, lovebirds. What? We're not a couple, not at all, not in any way. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. Can't take my eyes off it. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. I feel enraptured. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. I just want to rub my face on it. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. I want to eat it. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. It belongs in a shrine. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. It belongs in a museum. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. I bet I could get quite a bit for this online. There's a pretty cool looking dude on this card. I feel kind of unfulfilled. My picture. Okay, I guess he's done. Can I do that with other cards? This card has a picture of June on it. Okay, it's just his one. Junpei really just sat there and stared at the card with his face on it for 5 minutes, just like mouth agape. Hello Ash, welcome in. Okay, so we need to find Lotus. Where would I have missed? Three crates are tied to one another with several straps. Oh, up here? Oh, these stairs, they go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever, I'm going. This is the only door here, except for the one we just came in through. Then this is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. Is it an electronic lock? No, just a keyhole right under the doorknob. I can't remember which... I'll check all the bags again, because I might have just not checked one. So to open this door, we gotta find the key that fits that keyhole. Yeah. Yeah, because whatever this is, that's nonsense. Okay. There's nothing in the bag anymore. This was Clover and Snake. Nothing in the bag anymore. Okay, that's 4. This is where Ace was. No, okay, it's not in a... Must be somewhere else then. There's some sort of liquid in these barrels. I'm not sure what it is, however. A box. There's nothing inside. We're here? There are 3 crates here, stacked up like stairs. If we climb up there, I think we can get over the fence. Junpei, I think you could go take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I've, got a bad feeling about it. Pussy. Okay, fine. I'll go. Please be careful, Santa. Yeah, but just in case. Wait, what's he gonna do with that screw? I don't see what throwing a screw at a fence is... Holy shit! This... Oh, man. There's electricity running through that fence. Looks like it. Then we can't get to the other side. Well, we could jump off those crates, but we wouldn't be able to get back. I don't know what's in these barrels. Judging by their weight, perhaps a liquid of some sort. What was in this box again? That's where 7 was. Okay. Rana! Welcome in, welcome in. Mods. Can I get a shout out for... Rana hates you? Wow, that's a powerful, that's a powerful raid message that I'm sure Fizzy did not just make up. Welcome in. Yeah, thank you for the shout out. Does that make this a hate raid? Damn, crazy if true, actually. How was your stream? What were you up to? Rana loves you in secret. I'm getting mixed signals here. We are playing 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. A escape the room kind of game that I appear to suck at. A box, there's nothing inside. But are we sure? These crates are a little smaller than the others. They look like they're the children of the other crates. Junpei, that sounds like some sort of fairy tale. Really? I don't know, man. You ever think about how crates would reproduce? Doesn't sound like a fairy tale to me. Okay, by the fence? We will check by the fence again, but I actually think it must be up by that thing that I left alone. I think it's up the stairs. He's a standard from VOD. Who are you? No, we've already done that. Rana's chill and cool, and I like her, and that's the extent at which you need to know, okay? If I try describing people, I mess it up every time. So maybe this looked like it needed a key is the only issue. The monitor's off. I've got a green switch here and a red one and some kind of lever. None of them seem to do anything though. Maybe the power's off. Yeah, maybe. There's a single green light on the bottom though. That means... Uh-huh. Well, there's 6 holes here. They look like jacks for a headphone cable. Jacks, huh? And maybe if we put something in them... Yeah, something might happen. So I do need to find... Just play Mass Effect 2 but not feel great, so I finish early. Is it a seasonal illness? I hope you get better soon. Or if it's a... Well, I hope you feel better soon regardless of what ails you, okay? There's a metal panel over the outside of the window. Okay. Oh, true. Maybe it's... I didn't even check. You're right. It's locked. It's locked?! All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they... Oh. He bent down and picked up something that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. That is slap-worthy. That is slap-worthy gameplay. Cards? That is slap-worthy. That wasn't even visible. You had to just interact with a thing that if you're smart enough to figure out you need the cards for it, you're not going to interact with it until you have them. There's a picture of Lotus on this card. Man, her hair's ridiculous. It's like clay or something. It says the pot to the kettle. They'd finally collected all 9 picture cards. All that remained was to insert the cards into the slots at the front of each box. Junpei stared at the cards in his hands. He's peered over his shoulder at them. You know which card goes in which box, yes? Junpei gave him a look. Yeah? Of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers in the boxes. So, for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it goes into box 2, and so on. I see. Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened. I'll leave the rest to you. He quickly turned and walked away. Strange, Junpei thought. Oh well, whatever. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes. It was time to solve the puzzle of the 9 boxes. 9 cards with pictures, and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment, and then began. I can't count, Junpei. I thought this was an eye on my bracelet until you all told me. I felt highly foolish. Ace's card went into box number 1. Then Snake's went into box number 2. Then Santa's card into box number 3. Clover's card into box number 4. Junpei's card into box number 5. June's card into box number 6. Seven's card into box number 7. Lotus's card into box number 8. And finally, the 9th man's card went into box number 9. As soon as he'd inserted all of the cards, all 9 box lids popped open at once. He peered inside. In each box was a single pin. They looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker. Junpei collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. These look like the kind of pins you use for sewing. There are 9 of them in total, and they have numbers on them that run from 1 to 9. I can't count, but I know a lot of obscure math, so I thought my bracelet number was imaginary. I was so ready for the boxes to be empty. Wow, that would have been slapworthy. Okay, so currently 9 is lit up. There are 6 holes here, and it looks like the pins I just found would be a perfect fit for them. The ones you found in the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? Alright, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go here on the top part, and 3, 5, and 7 on the bottom part. Why do you think that? Well, some of them lit up. 3 and 6. Oh my god, what? Okay, 2, 4, and 6 has... okay, so the top... Okay, I get it. I wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Well, I put the 2, 4, and 6 pins on the top part, and the 3, 5, and 7 pins on the bottom. 3, 5, and 7 would give you... 6. Okay, good. Everything's working. What is epic? I don't know if that's true, but I appreciate hearing it. Thank you, Googlom. You think maybe it's the digital route? The digital... Did he say that twice? Did he say the digital route? Can I access a log? Damn it. I'm sure there's a log, but I can't remember where it is. Sure. Damn it. I think he said the digital route. I'll check the tapes for you. Okay, thank you. 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12. The digital root of 12 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns on. 3 plus 5 plus 7 equals 15. The digital root of 15 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns on. Makes sense, right? I see. The lights that match the digital root of the pins inserted on the top and lower parts will light up. So that's how it works. Well, there's one other thing I'd like to check. Now, if he wants to try, he's certainly welcome to. So, put the 1, 2, and 3 pins on the top and the 6, 7, and 8 pins on the bottom. Oh. They turned off. 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. The digital root of 21 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns off. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. It does indeed say that. God, I'm so built different. The digital root of 6 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns off. Oh, I get it now. If the digital root for the pins you insert is the same as the numbers on the lights that are lit, those lights turn off. Yeah, looks like that's the trick. Alright, now we know how it works. You want to give it a try? Wait, you mean you know what we're supposed to do with these lights? Well, no, but I figure we could try and see if we can turn them all on, you know? I figure something's gotta happen if we can manage that. Turn on the lights, huh? Okay, Junpei, let's make sure we know how this works, alright? Oh my god. Pick one of the 6 holes. Then pick one of the pins in your hand and insert it into the hole. Keep it up until all 6 of the holes are filled. Once all the holes are filled, the lights with the numbers that correspond to the digital roots of the pins in the upper and lower parts will turn on. However, if a digital root corresponds to a light that is already on, that light will be turned off. The goal is to turn all the lights on. Alright, let's do it. Okay, so right away, the easiest way to make digital roots of things is to just make the other numbers add up to 9. That's not possible here, so we'll just make 5 instead. Okay. We'll do 3 and 6. Okay. Now obviously with how I've set this up, I can't do 4, but I can do 6 with 5, 1, and 9. Okay, now we can easily do 3, 4, 5. That'll give us 3. And 7 we can do with 7, 8, 1. 4 we can do with 4... we'll do it 4, 2, 7. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have used 2 and 7, actually, thinking about it. Sure, okay. And 8 we can do with 5, 3, 9. Bop, 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 bop. The text box, by the way, they look great and the color's all super fun for the game. Thank you! It's been a while since I've praised the layout, right? This is a game I thought I got an F? Anyway, this is a game I thought I'd kind of struggle with to play because you need both screens, like, pretty damn interchangeably, right? So I had to make a whole different layout for this. I couldn't get the text boxes working properly, so, or I could, but I couldn't get them looking, like, as good as this, basically. So Stardust Piggy stepped in, and she made them. But yeah, the color change is also kind of nice, I think. I do obviously have access to... Hold on. Like, I do have the purple. It just... I didn't think it looked super fitting for this. You know what I mean? Like, it's too... This is the usual color, but it feels wrong, right? It's too soothing. So, get redded. All the lights are on, and the shutters opened up. Hey, does that mean... Yeah, we gotta go do it again. Man, I thought I was doing so well. Gotta do what again? Okay, so we got 9 holes, and there's an F up above them. I don't know what the F means, but I do know one thing. What's that? This time there are 9 holes, so we need to insert 9 pins. Man, that's boring. Why don't you just try it, alright? Oh my god, it's a bloody magic square. Oh, I cannot remember how you do these. Okay, I think 1 and 9 go in the middle as opposed to the extremes, and 2 and 8 go on the other sides. But how do you do the rest of it? Is that even right? No, that's not right at all. They go in the corners. They have to go in the corners because that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, there's no way to make 15 out of the numbers I have left. Okay. So 1 and 9. How can 8 and 9 make... Oh, they mustn't... Oh, 1 and 9 must go in the extremes, but 2 and 8 must go like that. Okay. So that means that this would be 6. No, because this would then be 0. I can't do anything with it. Give me that back. Put that in here. No. No, because now 1 and 9 aren't fit. Magic squares, they all have to add up to 15. That's what I'm struggling with. They all have to add up to 15. Oh, F index hexadecimal. But I'm struggling remembering there's only one. There's only one magic square. I can't remember it. Okay, maybe 2 and 8 go on the corner, and then 9 and 1 do that. That gives us 8 and 1, so then we need 6 here. 6 and 2, so we need 7 here. 7 and 5, so we need 3 here. 8 and 3, so we need... Yeah, okay, that's it. There's only one magic square. There's only one that works. The only other way that that works is with the... Like, it's all rotations and reflections of that exact square. There we go. All pins inserted. All lights lit. We did it! The power's on now. It looks like there's electricity going to the monitor on top now. Alright, let's see if we can activate the device on the top. I'm so glad this game focuses on maths puzzles. If the other 2 games of the series don't focus on maths puzzles, I'm gonna have a real bad time. A green button, a red button, and a liver. I wonder what these do. I think this might help. What the hell is this? Where'd you find this? What is that? Where'd you find it? I found it when you were messing around with the pinholes. It looks like instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, this thing's a remote control for that. That? Yeah, that. What's he pointing? Oh. That machine over there. Apparently it's called the Pushmaster 5000. Are you serious? Whatever. So what are we supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000? You're dying in the death game, you can't solve word association puzzles? I can do word association puzzles. Some more games of the series, I guess you must survive then. Gonna be real? I don't actually think they're closely related. But I guess we'll find out. See the coffin over on top of the crates? Yeah. Don't you want to know what the deal is with it? I do. You want to check it out? Yeah. Alright, how do you think we're gonna get there? Well, there were some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up. Like stairs. Maybe if we make a path to the coffin from there. How would we do that? Line up the crates, I guess? Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess this is just another one of Zero's puzzles. Yeah. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Oh, looks like the Pushmaster 5000 runs off a battery. So, to keep it from using up its energy too fast, it's been programmed so that it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. New materials been added to the file screen. What? Moving forward directions kind of move diagonally. Okay, so it is just push the box. Okay. Monitor shows a top-down view of the area where we can move the machine. Once I want to send my orders to the Pushmaster 5000, I just pull the lever. Alright, let's give this a try. Sure thing. Just keep in mind that there's a limit on the battery, alright? The battery dies after 50 moves. At least that's what it says in the manual. 50 moves, huh? Also, keep in mind that the Pushmaster 5000 can't move the heavy metal crates, okay? Got it. Instructions for operation. I just read that. When a square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 is touched, the Pushmaster 5000 will move to that square. If there is a crate in the way, the Pushmaster 5000 will push up to a single crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently, and fill the yellow areas. Hell world. Okay. I think we want to start out by going all the way around. But I just want to make sure I don't screw myself over. So if I push this down, I'm screwed. What if I push the one I'm currently next to the right? Aphantasia, why do you exist? That also actually screws me. So I have to do that. Yeah, you can reset if you mess it up, but that doesn't mean I want to mess it up, you know? Okay. Don't think I'm gonna have enough moves for this nonsense. Nah, no way. I have to go all the way back around. This would obviously work, but it's not fast enough. Wrong approach, yeah. Okay. Oh, don't you need to give me the... I understood the instructions, game. Should I blow up for failing? Yeah. Oh my god, they're giving me an extra move. One extra move will not save my ass. Okay. We definitely have to do what I did last time, though. But maybe we go around this direction? We definitely have to do something like this. Every time you fail, just get one more move. I think you do. I think the game just gives you one more move every time to flex on you. I know this is right. Like, I know that that's what you do, or you do it in the other direction. I don't know which you do, but like, that is definitely how you start, because there's no other option, but I can't figure out what you do from here. See, pushing the bottom one up to the... Let me reset this. Right, okay. I want to go around this side. Okay. Because now I have something resembling options here. I push this. I just need to mess around with this for a bit. Ah, no, that's gonna take way too many moves. Okay, no, that's not even gonna work. Oh, there's no space! Okay, what I wanted to do is push this block to the left of me over one, then go around and push the one that's currently above me down so I could push it in and then push it up, but obviously that's just not physically possible. I pushed that up and it's stuck there forever. I'm not gonna have the moves. This is cruel. This is cruel. You know what? This'll work if we just let it reset for like... If we just fail it like 16 times over, that will work. I think you did it suboptimally. Oh, but I... Okay, so maybe I do start by going up then? Oh, I think you're right. Because the first one I moved was this one all the way to the top. But then I still have to go all the way around. No, actually, I think this is worse. I'm missing up something with the movement. But I did the other way around first last time. Wait, no I didn't. I pushed the top box. Why'd I start with the bottom box? Oh my god. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so start at the top. Go around. Push them all like this. Is that what I just did? Okay, whatever. Push the top box in. Oh my god, I get it. Please tell me I get it. Is this... I don't know if this is any faster. It's not. I'm like right there! And the other ways you end up on top of which both ways land you at the same spot, but alright. Wait, what am I talking about? Genuinely, what am I talking about? I'm full of nonsense. Okay. This should be it. So... yeah. Oh my god! Okay. That was definitely not optimal given that that couldn't have physically been done in the first one, but whatever. Okay, I'm done putting in the program. What do I do next? Just be quiet and watch. See, it's moving already. It's doing whatever nonsense you just told it to do. Junpei, that was really stupid. Awesome, the Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to, and lined up all the crates. Great, now we can reach the coffin. We just need to climb those crates over by the fence. I kinda wish I'd done it in under 50 so that I could have been done the first time. Oh, If we have to redo this room, that's gonna be pain. They walked slowly past the row of crates until they came to the coffin. They stopped and nodded to one another, and Junpei put his hand on the lid of the coffin.
Mummy!
Just kidding. He smirked heartily at his own joke. Junpei grumbled and shook his head.
Whatever, just open it.
Junpei resisted the urge to remind Santa that he would have had it open a long time ago if Santa hadn't interrupted, and quickly threw the lid off of the coffin. They peered inside. Contrary to what they'd expected, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying on the bottom was a rusty key, and next to the key... It's a gun!
Yeah, a revolver.
It looks pretty old. I wonder if this is a replica? Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously picked up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy. He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets. He'd never seen a real gun or even a real bullet before. He couldn't tell if these were real or not. The barrel was rifled, and nothing seemed to be blocking it. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would most likely function perfectly. If it was real, holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin.
You're not gonna take it?
Of course not. All something like this is going to do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Maybe Zero put this gun here hoping that something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me.
The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either. What do you think? Did Jumpy check the barrel by spinning out the cylinder, or did he point his head at it to look down? He did the thing where he put the gun in his mouth and went click, 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 click. He was like, it's not loaded, guys.
Okay, we've got that figured out, but you aren't gonna leave that key in there, are you?
Yeah, of course I'm not. Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place, the gun back where they had found it. A rusty key? Maybe I can use this. I don't think the door looked like it had a key. Oh, this is the door. Let's just put this key in here and yes, sounds like that did it.
Where?
Yay. Looks like it's open, Jumpy.
I see. This key should open this door.
Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Yes, it's opening. Chat, are we ready? You found it! The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight toward the stern. Junpei and the other 3 proceeded down it silently. Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron grate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be. Did we get anything for going through that door?
We've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
And then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes, and after that, we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here. In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started. Junpei approached the elevator. Gently, he pushed the triangular button on the wall next to it. A moment passed. The elevator door opened. And shut. Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator. The elevator was now functional.
What do we do? Should we return to C deck?
No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
I agree. Let's go.
Their decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime later, Santa, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped. Set in the wall in front of him was a door. So far as Junpei could see, there was no other way to proceed. It was the door or nothing. All right, let's open it. Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. He paused for a moment, then stepped through into the room. And there he saw the number that had hung over their heads since they'd woken up. 9. Like the numbers on every other door, this one too was a rough shape made of red paint. Its door was set into the back wall of the room. Junpei leapt toward it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed hold of the door handle and shook. Nothing, but he hadn't expected it to open. The red sat on the wall next to the door. Its screen read vacant. Finally, they'd found it. Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last, they'd found the exit, but cold gripped his heart, and he knew all too well why. As he stood frozen, unsure of what to think or feel. Junpei, look! Behind you! He spun around and couldn't believe what he saw. It was a door with the number 9 written across it. Was there a second door? Why? Junpei's voice was barely audible, even to himself. He realized now that the title of the game was complete bullshit from every angle. He stumbled toward the second door, as if somehow compelled. It was a small single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the door they'd entered from, but in the opposite corner. 9. There was no mistaking it. A red sat on the wall next to this door as well. Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly, and muttered to himself. Why the hell are there 2 doors? It was Santa who answered.
There were always 2 doors. Just think about it. Zero never said there was only one door with 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Of course, we just assumed that there was only one. After all, why would there be more than one?
Oh man. Jeez. Junpei was stunned. Zero's trick had taken him completely by surprise. There were 2 doors. That meant that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape and leave no one behind. Now, the reason for the bracelet numbers being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 was clear. Divided in 2, the digital root for both teams would be 9. For instance, 1, 2, 7, 8 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2, 3, 4, 9 and 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. The digital root would also be 9. There were many other workable combinations, but they all ended the same way, with a digital root of 9. What did that mean? The answer was quite simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. Zero hadn't been lying. Zero had never said there was only one door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they would reach the room Junpei now found himself in, and realize the pointlessness of whatever violence they'd visited upon each other. There were 2 doors. No need to kill each other. They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they'd done. Perhaps that was the purpose of the game. That was how the Nonary game was meant to be played. Fortunately, they hadn't started to fight one another, at least not yet. But if one misstep was made, if the wrong mistakes happened, the stakes would rise and the noose would tighten. The thought of it sent a chill down his spine.
So, what are we gonna do, Junpei?
A voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice. It brought Junpei back to his senses. No use worrying about the future. He needed to figure out what they were going to do next. There were 4 people in the room. Ace, Santa, Junpei, and Jun. Their bracelet numbers were 1356. The digital root would be 6. In other words, the 4 of them couldn't open a door with the number 9. But what if there were only 3? Could door 9 be opened with 3 of them? It took him no time at all to determine the answer. There was only one combination of 3 people that would give a digital root of 9. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. That would mean... No, we gotta go back. That wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed.
Yep. I agree. We cannot leave June behind.
Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Are you sure? I don't mind staying. Jun's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with the beginnings of tears, and her legs shook.
It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind.
Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door. Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest. Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
Oh, right. Perhaps it was the sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave Jun behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled. You guys... Jun blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say.
Very well. Best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, Seven, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
Even as they spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation. There was no way they could be split into teams that could both go through the doors. Ace knew it. They all knew it. But there was nothing else they could do. They would find the other 3 and search for another solution.
All right, let's go.
Ace looked at all 3 of them, then turned and headed through the door. Santa and Jun followed. Junpei started toward the door, then stopped. He'd been too busy with other concerns to notice the room itself. It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it?
Thank you for the stretch. And yes, we're only in trouble because Snake is dead.
And by we, I mean 7. Junpei looked around the room, for the first time noticing the things that weren't doors with 9s on them. Snake die every route? He does. There's nothing you can do about that. Whether you go through the 4 door or the 5 door, Snake gets thrown through door 3 and blows up. A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room. The carpet began at the large set of double doors and ran toward the bow, toward... Junpei wasn't sure. Was it an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin. A coffin? A coffin? What on earth was a coffin doing in a place like that? But before Junpei had time to answer that question...
Hey, Junpei! The hell are you doing? Let's move!
Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside.
Right, okay, I'll be right there.
Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. They took the elevator up to C-Deck. Once there, they headed back toward the main hall and the central staircase. It didn't take them long. Junpei found Seven and Lotus waiting for them. They didn't look happy.
We got a problem.
Clover is gone. Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. He turned back to Seven and Lotus. What do you mean, gone?
Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask.
When?
Why?
You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you? Seven and Lotus responded as best they could.
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
The 4th room would be the one that had the dead body of Zero and the axe in it. She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
There was a door in the other wall.
And it was open.
We figured she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Well, obviously we didn't find her. You figured that much out.
Clover's gone. Junpei thought for a moment.
When did this happen?
We just got here before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern. Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin. There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran into the central hospital room and looked around.
She's not here.
No, she isn't. They searched a little longer, but with no luck. They couldn't find Clover. Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. Slowly, they made their way back to the hallway. At last, they reached the stairs, and Junpei spoke.
Alright, I'm thinking we should probably split up. I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stairs up to B deck.
Alright, that sounds good. But, what?
Could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone?
Huh?
Oh, sure, right. I'll do that.
There was a reason Junpei persisted in calling her June even when they were alone. Although, perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by the nickname he'd used when they were children. Canny. 9 years ago, it came naturally. After all, they were children. But now that they were adults, it felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt odd to him. Of course, to call her Miss Kurashiki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurashiki would seem a little brusque. And although he couldn't put his finger on why, it felt somewhat forward to call her Akane when they hadn't seen one another for so long. In short, it was simply easier for him to call her June and leave it at that.
Alright, I'm going then.
Yeah. Be careful. Canny. June, or perhaps more appropriately, Canny, blushed and smiled.
You be careful too, Jumpy.
Yeah, got it. Take care. Junpei looked after her for a moment as she ran up the stairs, then turned around and took off for the hallway. Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a dark place, June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door, and there she was. A woman sat, slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp, and her skin, smooth and pale as always, was covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe, and his legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk toward Lotus slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse, no rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something, somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind, told him that meant she had been killed recently. Yes, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife, then? Perhaps she had been stabbed in the heart once. She would have died immediately. He took little comfort from knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice. Lotus's bracelet was gone.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only two ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken at the confines of this ship, or detects that its waiter's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining bracelet number 8. Who is that? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when he heard a noise. A sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain. There was heat, extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. His voice was little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. But as he did, the knife dug itself in deeper, twisting viciously. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. 2 tiny images of the killer, reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions, not anger, not sadness, not regret. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. His killer glanced down at his body. Then, without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade. The world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon, it swallowed up the last that remained of Junpei's mind, and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. Into utter emptiness he fell. Into 0. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. Bad end. God damn it, Junpei! Let's keep the information you've gained during this playthrough? Yes, I would like that. And that is... ending number 5. The knife ending. It's only been 3 hours. I think we can get another ending done today. Especially since we have now seen all of the rooms 1 through 8. So let's just gun for it. Halfway through, we've done all the puzzles. Oh, we don't know what's on the other side of door 9. Okay, let's go then. We are, of course, going to be skimming through literally everything. Up until we have new stuff. Actually, right away, that means I want to give y'all a 3-minute poll. Actually, I can do 5. Yeah, I can do 5. This is the last time you will ever be allowed input into this game. So, when we get to it, do you want to go through door 4? Or do you want to go through door 5? Until the next game, true. So as always, the ship sinks. Junpei's like, ah! I'm drowning! Of course, we have to do puzzles before we get to that point. I think, you know, 5 minutes was maybe too much. I don't know. We'll see. I can literally just talk to chat now, though. It's amazing. Seek a way out. I didn't remember the numbers. Which means I have to do all of this again. I would be able to skip this if I would just write down the bloody numbers. Oh well, we've only got 3 endings left. I'm sure I'll remember them by the end of this, right? Are you role-playing Junpei? No, no! Give her a knife? I mean, we know that Clover had an axe. Right, I'm writing these godforsaken numbers down. Okay, blue is 0, 2, 6, 3, red, 7, 4, and it was 8 something. 8, 5, I think. Yeah, 8, 5. I remember the second half of that one, at least. Okay, you're halfway done with your time for voting on which door. I don't know how it's going so far. I've not checked. Oh, the people yearn for door 4. Okay. People yearn for the fun you're in for. True. What's door 4 do? Door 4 takes us to the... Look, door 4 gives us conspiracy theory hour with Jun. Seven, 4, 8, 5. Can you please sit through all the conspiracy theory text again? No, it's like 15 minutes of nonsense. Absolutely not.
Goddamn speedrunner. You found it! And now we just skip everything up until we're choosing our door. Did you find the paper and pen? I did. I've finally actually written it down. Okay, it's 1000% door 4, right? Yeah. There's no world in which we're going through door 5 here. There's no shot. Timer turned up about right? I know, right? It's actually not. It's probably about another 2 minutes of just skipping through text to go. Is there an all routes speedrun? It would actually take forever because you can only skip through text you've already seen. Otherwise you have to, like, do it like this. Like, this is as fast as you can go through text if you've not seen it yet. Kind of thing. We have so much to go, actually. Dang. That didn't even occur to me. Did I must have only done 3 minutes. I must not have set it for 5 minutes, because I did not spend that long in the third class cabin. I think 5 minutes would have been fine. Okay, here's where they're finally getting code names. But after they've all given themselves code names, then the 9th man has to get himself blown up. Then we all spend ages looking for another way out. You're still in the third class cabin? This is all a flashback? It's all a flashback! Third class cabin's where you start. What is Junpei seeing? God damn it, man. Do you know how useful your bracelet would have been? Everyone's like, oh, I can't believe Snake dies in every path. That's so sad. But where are my tears for my boy, 9th man? That was the shortest 81 seconds of my life. Ace and Lotus. Doesn't matter. Got them all. 9th man's all gross and bloody and exploded and guts everywhere. Blah, blah, blah. Where are my tears for a man who takes someone else hostage at knife point? Like 9, he's lame. Poor 9th man. I bet he was a real bro. It was something about how more than 6 people could pass through. No. Wait, that was wrong. It was on the tip of Junpei's tongue when Lotus beat him to the punch. All those who enter must leave, and all those who enter must contribute. That's what the letter said. In other words, no less than 3 and no more than 5. Exactly. Snake inclined his head toward Lotus. The 9th man, however, broke that rule. There you go. You got to see that bit of text where Junpei just thinks to himself, oh. Snake was given an extra message in Braille because he's blind. Looks like an isekai protagonist proving isekai, the 9th man? Is that what they look like? We were all kidnapped by Zero, no one knows why. On the route to the bad at math ending. Yeah, the one where Junpei can't count. It's the best one. He has a meeting with Bomb-kun.
Actually, what does that look like in the chat box? Okay, it just pings our face. I wonder if you can do something really fancy with that. I don't know. Where it puts the actual message you're replying to above it. 8365, what would their digital route be? It would be 4. You know this, Junpei. And in fact, door 4 is what the people yearn to go to. Let's go through door 4. Door 4 will be fine. We get to hang out with June. I'm sure she won't be utterly batshit. Seven, Clover, Ace, and Snake all go through door 5. And Lotus, June, Santa, and Junpei go through door 4. It's possible to do something very fancy with it, probably not with whatever program you're using to display your chat. I'm sure Stardust Piggy could figure it out regardless. Digital root is a maths term. If you have a double digit, like you just keep adding numbers together until you have a single digit number. Like if you have like 123, the digital root of that is 1 plus 2 plus 3, which is 6. Seek a way out! See if there's anything. Huh, this one's a little loose. Hmm? I think I can get under this with my nails and... Yes! Yoink. We can skip like half the puzzle as a result. Yeah. Why don't we go back to the living room? Matches. I need these. No, the Titan... Are you worried about me? Okay. I mean, he's not an asshole, whatever. Right, hold on, I actually just need to make sure that I do everything correctly, so let me just quickly set up a little thing in the corner for myself. Because if I'm not going to give you all choices, I can't very well go and mess things up, can I? Okay. It's also quick finding out things about my 369. Yes, that is actually something I knew before this. That's why we're playing this, actually. I brought that up. That means you can't blame chat. Exactly. God, was there anything even in here? Oh, the map. Do you think this boat is... Okay, fine. We'll get some new text. A replica of the Titanic? A replica? Yeah. You know, like a copy of the actual boat? Who on earth would make something like that? Fans? Crazy Titanic fans? No way! Do you even know how much money that would take? No idea. But all they gotta do is break even, you know? Break even? Yeah, they could use it as a cruise ship. Climb aboard a piece of history, sail around the world in the resurrected Titanic. Hell, with marketing like that, they'd probably have more customers than they'd know what to do with. Do you really think people would want to ride on a ship with such an ominous past? It's the site of the worst accident in history. Over 1,500 people died. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd get cursed just for going. A curse, huh? Jumpy, do you believe in that sort of thing? You know, curses and stuff? Do we believe in that sort of thing, chat? No. Yes, yes, no. Oh, getting some different opinions there. Okay, so we want Junpei to be a complete dick is what I'm hearing. Chat is unanimous? No, they are not. I think saying I do will cause her to say more batshit stuff. Yeah, well, I guess so, to a certain extent. Junpei scratched his temple. What about you?
Nah, I guess that's kind of a dumb question.
Yes, I do believe in curses. In fact, I think it was a curse that sunk the Titanic.
What?
A curse sank the Titanic. The curse of the Egyptian mummy.
And then, yeah, okay, we have all the same stuff. Her body was frozen. Oh, but this is not new chat. This is new.
That mummy, the priestess. Supposedly she was special.
What do you mean?
Well, supposedly she was really pretty.
Pretty? I don't know what part of that was new at all. That was confusing to me. June actually collapses is like one of the first things she does, Orpheus. She's not very well. Drink. Boo! Right, goodbye, June. Crazy person, tell me about that Egyptian mummy that was apparently frozen. Wait. This is a cabinet key. Yes. I need the candle. He's on the ship in that coffin. That's your thought process? Oh, Santa's offering us a bookmark with a clover on it because he hates love, luck, hope, and faith. So we're gonna take it. We didn't last time, except we did. We're gonna take it. Decided to take it. After all, why shouldn't he? Alright, sure, I'll take it. He shoved the thing into his pocket and gave Santa a last confused look. Yeah, man, I feel a lot better now. Also, Santa hates the number 4. And then he asks if we play. And last time, Junpei went, play? Like the stock market? Like a crazy person. So this time we'll try, you mean like gambling? You mean like gambling? Yeah, of course. What else would I mean? In Baccarat, the best possible hand total's 9. They call it Le Grande. But the lowest, most worthless cards, the zeros, they call monkey. Just like the guy in charge of this game, huh? Zero's a monkey. Santa blinked, utterly stunned. Then he began to laugh. Oh man, you're totally right. He did mention the pharmaceutical company last time, which was very interesting information. The guy who trapped us in here sure is one hell of a monkey. That was when Lotus spoke up. You know, if you think about it, the Nonary game is really a lot like Baccarat. Apparently she'd been listening. Of course, it doesn't use any of that stupid digital root junk. You just drop the tens digit and that's it. Still, it does have the same idea of your final number needing to be a single digit. Oh, yeah, I guess you got a point. And in both games, whoever has 9 wins. The person who makes 9 wins? Did you forget already? Don't you remember what Zero said? The exit is hidden, but it is there. Seek the exit. Seek the door that carries a 9. Okay, so we know that that is bullshit, and it said seek a door that carries a 9, because that was actually like a big thing in the last ending. Translation team, I beg you, don't mess that up. That's why it's Junpei. Yeah, he's wrong. He's just wrong. So, if we want to get off this boat, we have to make a team whose numbers have the digital root of 9. And only the people in that team are going to make it out alive. Of course. That's why it's called the Nonary game. What? Huh? You don't know? Nonary means something derived from 9, or base 9. It's derived from the Latin prefix nona, which means 9, which is for some reason what Lotus named one of her daughters.
While we're at it, the prefix for 1 is uni. You know, like the unicorn. The horse with one horn. 2 is bi, like bisexual. Binary means composed of 2 parts. 3 is tri. I'm sure you've heard that one plenty. Like trio, triple, and triangle. You get the idea. After that, you have quart, quinte, sext, septum, and so on. And of course, the prefix for 8 is octo, like octopus. It's called that because it has 8 legs. Get it?
I see. So then Nona means 9.
Lotus nodded. So, how many of us are trapped on this ship?
That'd be 9.
And what are the bracelet numbers we have?
They go from 1 to 9.
And our time limit? How many hours did we have?
0 said 9 hours.
And finally, to get out of the ship,
we need to find the door with a 9 that's hidden somewhere in the ship.
By making a team with a digital root of 9.
Isn't it interesting that it's a hexagon and not a sextagon?
Lotus nodded again. And there you have it. The number 9 is everywhere in this game. He's got a real theme of 9s with this whole thing. No wonder it's called the Nonary game. Somewhere far away, Junpei heard the creak of stressed metal. It sounded almost like Zero laughing at them, or the sad, desperate scream of a pig headed to the slaughterhouse.
Okay.
Anyway, we have all the stupid things. Junpei, I do so hate you. Okay.
Ah! What was that sound? Wow, it's a funny Impa!
Okay, so we learned all about the morphogenic field and this picture and how British radio apparently sent it around the place. We're gonna this time say it looks like a dog because that's the correct answer and it probably gives us some interesting dialogue. Even though it's clearly a Funyarimpa. I guess it looks like maybe a dog? See, you got the head here and these are the front paws and these are the back paws. Junpei traced the black contours. See? Ah, I see it. I guess you got a point. Santa, despite his constant aloofness, was clearly impressed. Junpei glanced over at Lotus. She looked stunned. How did you know? You're right. I didn't think you would have been able to guess that. For a brief moment, Junpei felt a swell of pride. So? Now we know what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps us. Lotus nodded and began to speak. And then she explains everything about how they showed this, and people didn't know what the hell it was, and then they showed it in a different part of the world, and then people did know what it was. And she jokes about information being transferred subconsciously from human to human. Okay. You found it! And now we're in the kitchen. Seek a way out! Damn, by the time chat caught up with the you found it, we're already stuck somewhere else. Oh god, there was a code in here somewhere, I don't remember what it was. Oh, I think it was on the meat actually, I don't think it's an issue. Okay, that's nothing. That's nothing. Right, there was a knife somewhere. Yoinkety yoink. Okay. And it's time for June to talk about madness. Have you ever heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted? Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. There was a novel that had a bunch of stuff in it that described the sinking of the Titanic before it actually sank. Yeah, that's the one. The The title of the novel is Futility. It was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. But...
I know. I mean, I didn't know the name of the book, but the story was the same, right? It was just like what happened on the Titanic?
yeah.
Well, I heard it was all a hoax.
A hoax?
I heard the stuff that matched up to the Titanic so well was actually added after it sank. Apparently the only thing that was the same originally was that a boat ran into an iceberg and sank.
But the novel was published in 1898, 14 years before the accident.
Like I said, that was the first print of the book. 14 years later, the author heard about what happened to the Titanic. He figured that was his chance, you know? He just went back and changed some stuff in his novel. So that it matched the Titanic exactly.
Surprised by Junpei's response, Jun seemed rather taken aback. Really?
Really? There's no such thing as premonitions or any of that stuff.
For a moment, Jun looked very unhappy, more so than Junpei thought was normal for such a discussion. But it lasted only a moment. With no apparent reason, she suddenly looked up at him, alarmed.
But, that wasn't the only book that predicted the Titanic sinking. It wasn't?
Yep. There were 2 other similar stories written by a man named William Thomas Stead. Both of them before the accident. One in 1886 and one in 1892. Stead wrote 2 stories that had striking similarities to the Titanic disaster. In one, 2 ships collided and many of the passengers died because there weren't enough lifeboats. In the other, a ship collided with an iceberg and sank.
I don't know. I mean, I'll give you that it seems a little weird, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't too uncommon for ships to hit icebergs back in the day, or even other... or even other ships. Too much boy voice. Actually, I think... Are we back caught up? Yeah, we're caught up to Jun's madness, where she thinks... Oh, okay.
But Junpei, you said you believe in curses.
Come on, that's totally different. Okay, so let's say, hypothetically, that automatic writing isn't a total load. And then we're back to where we were. She believes that William Thomas Stead possessed himself in the past while he was on the sinking Titanic so that he could write such a good description of the Titanic sinking. Actual thing she believes. Sure know how to pick him, Junpei. Okay, we go into the freezer with Santa and June. And then the door shuts behind us and it's frozen shut. Oh god, we're going to die. Oh god, oh why, oh god, the pain, the cold. Okay. Rope. Bottle. Nothing else in there. Pork. You never know when you need a chunk of pork. Frozen chicken.
It's really hard. It's frozen stiff.
Hey, June, can you say that again?
Eh?
Say it again.
It's really hard.
Again.
It's really hard.
Thanks. Something wrong, Junpei? Your face is bright red. Nothing, I'm fine.
If it's that hard, you can probably use it as a hammer.
Yeah, good point. Maybe we can use it to break something.
Jumpy, it's really hard. It's like a hammer.
Maybe we can use this to crush something. Okay, she just says that every time. I wonder... No, she doesn't.
Jumpy, your chunk of meat is rock solid.
We can use this to crush something.
Jumpy, it's really hard. It's like a hammer. Nom nom.
Don't eat it! It's chicken. Might as well be a rock, though, for how hard it's frozen. Dry ices in pieces.
Nom nom.
Junpei picked up the dry ice with his sleeve so as to avoid burning himself. And then they talk about dry ice as carbon monoxide and
Why doesn't it turn into a liquid first? It did strike Junpei as rather odd. And then they talk about carbon monoxide and how it sublimates, and then they're like, wow, Ice 9 is a thing that exists. It freezes at 96 degrees Fahrenheit, which means that it stays frozen all the time. That's crazy. But if that happened to all the water in the world, then the world would be over. Conversation necessary for it? Perhaps. You'll note that sometimes I'm taking decisions we haven't made before, and sometimes I'm doing the same ones we've done in the past. That might be for a reason. My dog and Nintendogs came up to me because I shouted. Not sure I thought I said Pepsi when I shouted, what the fuck? Okay. They all hide in the tiny little bunkery bit. Junpei chucks the dry ice at the bomb. And then the door explodes, and we're able to open it and get out again. However, everyone's a bit upset that Lotus, you know, is like being hella lazy about things. And okay, now we're back out here, except now we have some pork. I don't remember where the grill was. Is it this? No. Oh, it's here. Okay. Now the problem is we need to find the whetstone to sharpen the knife, and I do not remember where that is. Oh, that's the grill in the back there. Okay. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I just need to find the dry stone. Rotten milk. That was just the knife. Oh god, where was it? I didn't have any issues finding it before. Look for the whetstone. Left. Oh, it was in here. Yoink. There we go. Thank you. Okay, let's cut into the pork. C plus 10 plus F. Oh, I don't remember what that was. Okay. 12 plus 16 plus 15. Which gave us 43. Right? Pork note? I don't think it was only 2 digits though, was it? Oh, it was. Okay. I think I fell for that last time too. Okay, sign a key card. Let's get out of here. You found it! Okay, time for us all to figure things out. We all waddle around. And we end up in the big hallway with all the doors. And then eventually we end up in the big hospital room. Pork note is like that, but no, I'm better than this. I don't know what you were even remotely referring to. Oh, I missed your previous message. I now know what you're referring to. I now get you. I now wish I hadn't read out your message. Why does Junpei keep founding all these companies called The Way Out? As is his right. Okay, so the red isn't working. Seven's convinced this is the gigantic. Even though we have 3 doors we could theoretically go into. Well, it's time for us to all look for the thing to fix the reds. Time to go searching. Off we pop. Then we go back. And, oh, they're fixed. That's weird. Okay, we don't know who did that. And also, Snake isn't here. Yes, Snake was alive like 7 seconds ago. I'm sad to say he no longer is. Okay, where are we gonna look? We're gonna look nowhere. Wait. No, we don't need to look anywhere. Okay, we just decided to not even bother. We already know Snake's dead. Why try? Okay, she was right. So, someone needs to stay behind. Wasn't his year yet, he was a month early. Is 2028 the year of the snake? No. Oh, okay then. Ace knocks himself out with a drug he found somewhere. Didn't know this game's year. 25's year of snake? 25's Rabbit, right? Oh no, Rabbit was 23. Yeah, this game takes place in 2027. I don't think they ever actually say that in-game though. Now, Junpei, which door do you want? This is kind of a funny one. We want the room we went into last time. We want to take door 7. So, yep. Hope you're ready to see John again. When did it release? Like 2006 or something? 2028 is the year of the Lottie. Actually, 2027 is my year. Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Okay, and we go. With 7 and Clover into the operating room. Oh yeah, and Clover goes on about 7 having no balls. Oh my god, it's John. Seek a way out! Oh god, what did I just do? No. Okay. It's okay, we're good, we're good. I hit the screen size, I made it sad. I accidentally did like that. For a second. So. Let me undo that. Now what does it do? Yes, I think I can figure this room out now. Oh, I didn't get the bottles. Okay. For that yoink. I remember the code, it was 349. Because we just did this not long ago. Okay. So it's time for us to leave, except Seven's like, I remember something as a result of ethylene diamine titrate. It started making crystals, that's crazy.
It was just like
the molecules were communicating with one another. Transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomena spread throughout the world, right? Junpei looked up at Seven with half a smirk. Seven stared at him, dumbfounded.
yeah, that's it exactly. But how did you know?
I heard another story kinda like that one.
When?
In the freezer.
What? The freezer?
Junpei told Seven the story he'd heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. How one day, glycerin began to crystallize, and the story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. When Junpei was done, Seven looked thoughtful and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his chin.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sound familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space, as if he were trying desperately to focus on something far away. Do you... Now, this is rude as hell. Because if you say know something about it, he's like,
Nope.
you have to say know something about Ice 9, otherwise you don't jog his memory here and you just don't get the rest of the text. Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice.
Suddenly, Seven's eyes shot open.
That's it! I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
That woman?
Alice!
Who's Alice?
Come on, the woman who won't melt at room temperature.
It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about, even though he'd just heard about this from June like 5 minutes ago. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Yeah? People generally don't melt at room temperature. Okay, so Alice was the name... Well, okay, granted, the name Alice doesn't mean anything. But June was telling us about an Egyptian mummy, and the water in her body was made up of Ice 9. So she froze and was perfectly preserved after all these years and never thawed out. Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner just like the Titanic.
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS Mackie Bennett. The Mackie Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. They set it from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be, for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So what happened next?
Well, they say the Mackie Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff dislodged as the ship sank.
What is this you've sent us, Ash? Yeah, if you're watching the VOD, that's a little treat for you. You get to go and type that into your own little URL. Have fun.
One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one.
The craftsman who'd made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin, it was all wood. There were no nails or reinforcements, and there were no gaps in the wood anywhere. It was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it, and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. Inside they found a woman. Or I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman. Her hair was thick and black, and her skin was deep brown and didn't show any signs of age or decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she looked just like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. She didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the Mackie Bennett finished the search and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to melt. They say that the stink was horrible. But there was one body that didn't thaw. The girl in the coffin.
That's right.
Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month had passed, and another, and it was summer and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumours about the girl started to spread, and people came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice. Alice.
Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. And after a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on the ship.
Now why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
And just what is it that you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
Junpei gulped. Alright, tell me. What happened to Alice? Seven nodded slowly, and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried.
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a thriving black market in New York. I mean, I'm sure there still is, but this was special. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain. You've heard that name before, right?
Sir Gordain. Isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic? The Titanic sister ship?
Yep, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912. Then, 4 years later in 1916, he bought the Gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic. But nobody knows where. He died in 1931. And apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However...
However, what?
Well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge, beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
What the hell is that? Some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Seven threw his hands up in defeat.
So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, they heard Clover's voice from the door. She did not sound pleased. Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, we're coming.
Ugh. Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier. That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery, all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, and even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted. Was that Egyptian priestess Alice? Had the water in her body become Ice 9? No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room, where Clover was waiting. My theory is that this Nonary game is a hate crime against autistic people with a special interest in the Titanic. Damn. So, you can see now why they go on about completely random seeming crap. And that's because we've been seeing it disjointed, right? There are plot threads that we can follow through the game, and we just haven't been doing that. We've been stumbling blindly.
Hey, blue light turned on.
No. Damn it, Junpei. Still quite confused. I'm not saying that it necessarily is suddenly, oh, everything makes sense now. I'm missing an arm. Oh, I'm not missing an arm. It's already on the table. Oops. Huh? Ah, there we go. Up, 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 up. Okay, we had to switch every single part of John and Lucy. Goodness, that was hell. And boom, key. You can actually get through these rooms super quickly. Is Snake's arm in one of the lockers? No, these aren't parts of Snake. Snake is just a big old massive goo. This way. Yeah, VODs... Okay. While we're on the subject of VODs, I just want to say, 2 weeks after any stream, VODs go up on the VODs channel. Everything goes up there. I missed one VOD, and I got it later on. It's not as useful as being able to see it right away, but if there was anything that you're like, damn, I'm sad I missed that, I do take effort to make sure every single VOD is preserved. Okay, loading chat, what do you think of this game so far? I'm loving it. I don't know how chat feels. Okay, Clover's not here, that's a problem. What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John? It wasn't the best joke, but it was something. An attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing. Hey Clover, can you hear me? Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened, and she whispered in a dry, dead voice. My brother might be dead. Uh-huh? That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next. Suddenly, the operating room felt very, very cold. But she wasn't next! Or maybe she was. Because we didn't find her. It just occurred to me. Mr. Vods, thank you. Thank you! It is a surprising amount of work. I appreciate the appreciation. What are you talking about? What's wrong with you? He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do? This is a new decision. We didn't have this last time. Junpei told Clover they needed to leave, or Junpei gave her the four-leaf clover. I wonder which one is the nicer option. Okay. Junpei gave her the four-leaf clover. You're not getting a poll for this. Oh, yeah. He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier. He reached into his pocket and dug it out. A four-leaf clover. Santa had given it to him in the second classroom. He held it out to Clover. Did you know that each leaf on the four-leaf clover means something? Hope, faith, love, and luck. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm. He pressed the four-leaf clover into her hand. Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, I mean your brother, he's not dead. He's alive somewhere, I'm sure of it. You've just gotta believe in that. Clover stared at the four-leaf clover in her hand. He could see tears start to form at the corners of her eyes. Thank you. Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small, wet circles on the floor. Thank you. She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage. Now, come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit. But still, she didn't move. Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you. What's that? What do you think when you hear the word experiment? For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him, aside from the dictionary definition. What? Oh, I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the four-leaf clover. Look, I'm sorry, I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now. Oh, no, it's nothing, just forget about it. Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about? Clover looked away. The four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment, and then finally spoke. You promise you won't tell anyone? Cross my heart. Really? Really. I can trust you, right? Of course you can. Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei. Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago. Wait. On this ship? Yeah, this ship. He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished. It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Something about communicating through these fields that you can't see. Fields that you can't see? He'd heard something like this before. Clover nodded. Like, think about this. She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin. This is John, right? But is he really John? All Junpei could think was, she has finally completely lost it. Isn't this like Locke's socks? Or the ship of Theseus? Junpei grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart. You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes? Junpei shook his head. Clover laughed. Okay, well, pay attention then. This is how Locke's socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favourite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei? I mean, I'd throw it away, but like... Let's lean into it, okay? Well, I guess I'd patch it up. Get some cloth and close up the hole. But what if another hole opens? I'd add another patch, I suppose. What if another hole opened after that? Another patch, I guess. Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches, until eventually the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say that they're the same socks you started with? That's tough. Junpei crossed his arms. So, that's the Locke socks thing? Yeah. The ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that the ship is the ship of Theseus that you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired? Or the one you built with all the original parts? It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued. Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John? Or is it Lucy now? Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like Locke's socks in the ship of Theseus. A part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart, or any of a number of internal organs. John's head and heart were both his, but apart from that and a single arm, the rest of his body had once been Lucy's. Was that mannequin really John? We're just like these mannequins. She looked at Junpei again. Think about it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones die, and new ones are born. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye. The silence was broken by Seven.
Hey! What the hell is taking you two so long?
Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy.
How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around.
Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on.
Oh? What were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
No, it wasn't. We were just playing with the mannequins.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei. Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed toward the exit. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
You're a dick. Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. With a short laugh, Seven followed. He stood, looking at the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool? Actually, I think we're... Yeah, we've seen this. You found it! I accidentally skipped the you found it. I really tried not to. And we meet back up with everyone. And then we discover that actually these doors all go the same place. And not only that, they go back through to the big hospital room. And Ace is still there. So we talk about everything that we solved, everything that we did as a group. The key.
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key.
I don't really know why this is new.
We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei?
Junpei nodded. Ah, the solar system keys. Actually, we found one in the laboratory too. I'm really confused. Why is this new? Here, the Earth key. Oh, she only found the Earth key. They didn't find a key card this time. Interesting. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost. Interesting. What changed that? And with that, she pressed into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honoured. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Jupiter key, which had been found in the... Oh. Never mind. Yeah, I guess... I don't know. Oh! Last time we didn't go to the kitchen, but Lotus did, so she picked up the Saturn keycard and gave us it then. Right. Okay, we have the keys. Let's go. Okay, Clover really wants to go through door 3, just in case. We gotta find out if Snake's behind there, after all. But I mean, he's gonna be okay, right? Because we gave Clover the thing, and we told her to have love, and faith, and luck, and hope. Anyway, let's go check out the other places. Of course there's a reason. We gotta go check the other doors. We gotta go see if we can find the numbered doors. Come on, Santa, keep up, man! Anyway, we go with June. We call the elevator. We do not have a weird sexual discussion about June getting wet down there and Junpei enjoying that. Junpei shows us the worst drawing ever. We go all the way down. We discover where Lotus died last time. And Junpei, in fact. And we discover door 6. We went back up and they discovered door 1. Which is cool. So let's go back to the big hospital room. Everyone's back and they are not having a good time. Because Snake is dead and he blew up. But it's okay, because 7 gave us a path so that we can go and see him. Yay! And, oh, there he is. Exploded bits of fat are crawling down the wall like slugs. That's gross. Clover's not having a good time at all. 7 puts forward that Snake was probably murdered. And Ace says we should trust everyone, and June agrees. Of course, Zero's still on the ship. May as well say that. Clover thinks that Zero is one of us. That's possible. We're gonna agree with her. We're her friend. Clover friend path. Three in the morning, which means we only have 3 hours, which means we have to move now. So we go and we check out the door that we now have access to thanks to going through door 3, and we discover that it's the 2 door. So that gives us 3 doors to go through, and Junpei decides that we're going to hold a vote to see who wants to go through which door. Lotus beats the hell out of 7. But Junpei wants to go through door 1. My choice is door 1. And Junpei is going to end up going through door 1 with Clover and Ace. Okay, Lotus. Which means that the rest of them are off through door 6. Okay. In we go. The 3 of us. Scan the dead, which means they're okay. And now, you know what time it is, right? Seek a way out! This is not a new room, we've done this one. Okay. Then Ace comes in and yoinks our pocket watch. I thought I'd come and check up on the 2 of you, is there a problem? Yeah, there is! Ace's eyebrows went up. You checked on us, now get out of here! We split this stuff up for a reason, alright? It was a lie. There was no reason to split up the work. Junpei wanted to talk to Clover privately. That was why he'd sent Ace to the wheelhouse. There was something he meant to ask Clover, and he didn't want anyone else to hear him ask it. He also knew that Clover would likely remain silent if there was anyone else around when he asked. That was why he was so desperate to send Ace back to the wheelhouse. Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face.
Oh, I see. Of course.
He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover.
I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck.
Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She'd heard what Ace had said. She'd regarded Junpei with caution. What was that about? She was clearly suspicious, and with good reason. Junpei's eyes widened, and he held up his hands in a gesture of innocence.
Oh, no, 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 it's not like that.
What's it like, then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
About the experiment. Remember? The one you started telling me in the operating room? You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago?
Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're going to pay for it, I promise. So... Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung up on her lips where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked up at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry. Junpei? Who do you think did it? Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped.
Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people.
You're right. So what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who and who.
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically it's possible.
I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
Then who do you think it could be? Junpei crossed his arms and thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2, which 2 bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3.
This is so many choices. There's only one that's correct, though. And that would be Santa and 7. We need 2 numbers that add up to... Wait, really? Yep, think about it. 1 and 3 gives you 4. 4 added to 2 is 6. 1 and 6 gives you 7. That would give you 9. 1 and 7 would give you 8. Added to 2, that gives you 1. 1 and 8 added to 2 gives you 2. 3 and 6 added to 2, that gives you 2. 3 and 7 added to 2, that gives you 12, which gives you 3. 3 and 8 would be... Yeah, Clover's not gonna... Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's not possible for Junpei to be involved, which is great for us. It's not possible for Lotus to be involved because, like, she would have to have done it with Snake, and that makes no sense. It's not possible for Jin to be involved because of Clover, and it's not possible for Ace to be involved because the 9th man's dead. So, it has to be Santa and 7.
Would it be Santa and 7? 2 plus 3 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 3? Could it be? Are Santa and 7 the killers? What's wrong? Clover looked at Junpei, and he looked back at her. There was no point in hiding it. He told her his conclusions. That's what I thought. She looked less surprised than he'd expected. Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brothers. There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities? He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke. Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
Why?
Can I borrow your pen and paper? Clover put her hand out expectantly. Junpei pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which provided a digital root of 3. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6 equals 12. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 12. 2 plus 4 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 equals 21. 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 equals 21. What's this? These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
I see.
Junpei?
Yeah?
I can trust you, right?
Of course. Why would you need to ask that?
Really? Yeah. So then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
Of course. Just cross them out. And you should take off yours too, the ones with 4.
So, what does that leave?
A and E.
Two plus 1 plus 3 plus 6 equals 12. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21.
It's not looking great for Santa either way, right? I'm lost. Okay, these are all of the combinations that add up to 3, right? But there's no point including the ones with Clover, and Clover trusts the ones with... And Clover trusts Junpei enough because of everything that he said to her to cross him off too. So these are all that's left. Or Ace? Well, Ace isn't in the Santa and 7 one though. There are only 3 possible combinations that don't include Junpei or Clover, and they all include Santa. Yeah, but this is all that's left, basically. Wait, it can't be A.
Why not?
Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Are you sure?
I'd bet my life on it.
Okay then. Then I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah.
Well, what have we got left?
E.
1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21.
Do you know what this means? Everyone besides me, you, and June will be working together.
Do you think that's likely? If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right?
Well, you do have a point.
And besides, if Ace and 7 are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went into the shower room with them. But they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were the killers, why wouldn't they? Her voice was calm, but Junpei had only to look her in the eye to know it was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten.
Okay. Yeah, well, that does make sense. It seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
Then that means there's a good chance it was Santa and 7.
that's how it looks.
But why would they do it?
There was a moment of silence. I think I know.
What is it?
He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke.
Have I interrupted something?
What do you want?
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
Turned on his heel and walked back toward the wheelhouse. Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave it a short nod, hoped that she'd be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace.
What did you want to talk about?
Ace looked at Junpei and smiled. Perhaps more of a smirk than a smile.
There was something I wanted to check.
Yeah, what's that?
If you'll excuse me.
With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest.
Hey! What the hell are you doing?
He reached for Ace's arm, but it was already too late. In the older man's hand were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket.
Just as I thought. You switched them, didn't you? When we voted. Ah, well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief. Why did you... Oh, simple curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it.
Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and left. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense. I don't think there's anything else in here for us to mess about with Clover. Hey, Clover, you ever write letters? Nothing. Yeah. World map with the Atlantic Ocean in the center. There are a number of red pins in several locations. Anyway, we don't have anything here. Right, like, we've done the puzzles in here before. It was just the text was new. Let's yoink this. I did so well with this puzzle last time, after all. North, east, south, and west are hard to remember. Give me some credit here. Huh? I'm confused. It turned last time. Am I going crazy? Oh. Different one. I am going crazy. Okay. Junpei, I'm so confused! So evidently I did something last time. I was sure it was this. But it evidently wasn't. Okay. There's a zero armband from another run. I can make 3 from 1 and 2. But the zero armband is, this door with the pocket watch, it's through there. You'd think it's up here, but I didn't do this last time. I accidentally skipped this part. That's what's confusing me. I just clicked on the wheel and it worked. Oh, I thought you were being like, it's up here! And it was true. Your information was accurate. It was rather cruel. Click on the speed thing. I just did. Am I going crazy? An arrival board, like an airport. There's nothing on it right now. What am I missing? I mean, I'll try putting the pocket watch in, but I didn't do this last time. It's not a speed thing. I'm running about boats. Okay. Okay. That's arbitrary as hell. Alright. That's the problem with having previously, like, already clicked on everything in these rooms, right? Is it's like, I don't know what I actually had to click on to make the puzzles work. And now I just want to do the puzzles and not do the dialogue. Okay, so it's south. West. Southwest. Northwest. East. North. Go. What the? The handle came off.
Yeah. Stooping so low, are you, Zero?
Okay. I know where this goes. It goes on the human hammer. Okay. And now we go full. Half. Slow. Full. Half. Dead slow. Stop. Okay. Now we have arrival boards. Ace takes the watch, fixes it to the time that was on the boards. Wasn't the human hammer? That's what Ace called it. And Junpei was like, your joke's terrible, and Ace was like, that was cruel. Okay, in we pop. Come on, Clover. You found it! Okay, now it's time for the captain's quarters. With a murdered man. A bracelet that says 0 on it. Seek a way out. Okay, first things first, did I actually really investigate that body last time? Can you even investigate that body? I guess not. Okay, that's why I didn't investigate that body last time. Never mind then. Junpei, where are you going? I was gonna pop over to the communications office and talk to Ace. You're gonna leave me alone in here? You could, stay here with me a little longer. There are still lots of places we haven't looked. Okay. Not allowed to do the puzzle? Oh, I don't remember what the numbers were. It was, I did write it down. Oh, I love myself. 35, 14, 27, 24. Okay. Obviously, we still have stuff we need to do. But, we don't have to actually, like, do anything, quote-unquote, right? Like, I already know the solution. What do you think? He turned to Clover, who was standing next to him. Her voice was almost too low to hear. Nothing. It seemed that she cared a bit little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured toward the corpse. What about him? Do you think that's really 0? Clover shook her head weakly. There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? 0 is one of us. Yeah, right. Well, even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be 0. Don't you get it? The letters that spell 0 on the TV screen, the captain's clothing he's got on, and of course the bracelet with a 0 on it? It's too obvious. Look, this is 0 right here. This dead body is 0. Doesn't that seem kind of funny to you? You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that. No, that's not the point. I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work, which makes me wonder, why did they do it? I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all of this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think his corpse was 0, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking about with a 0 bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, I did it. Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like 0. Just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was 0 and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why? Why? Like I said, he's mocking us. Too bad, suckers. This isn't 0. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles. Look, here I am. What's wrong, guys? Come on, catch me if you can. That's really twisted. But it almost seems kind of childish. Yeah, you're right. It's really childish. It's just like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me. Junpei bent down next to the corpse. Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man? I don't know. And what's this guy's deal? Who is he? How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you. You have no idea who he is? Why would I? Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought. We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover. What? We gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pockets? Clover didn't move. Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own. He grabbed hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did, something fell. From the man's left wrist. The bracelet with 0 on the face. Oh, for fuck's sake, I just took a drink, man. Okay, hold on.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from this ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken out the confines of the ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Junpei stared at the bracelet. This man, he's dead, isn't he? Huh? No, it's just, I guess I didn't really think about it until right now. If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead. Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure that out. Yeah, I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. He looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though, you know? I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive. I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kind of has it better, you know? Dying from a bomb going off inside you, I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin. I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm. Think of the hydrate. Sorry, look for your throat, though. It's just 0 and 7, right? I picked terrible voices for them. Think of the hydrate, Snowwraith. And Junpei's voice changes constantly, because I can't do boy voice. I'm trying my best, though. But thank you, I appreciate the appreciation. Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously. What did you just say? Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway. Oh man, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean... No! That's not what I'm talking about! What did you say about his arm? Arm? Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you? Well, yeah, I did, but... I mean, didn't you see it too? Of course not! I could barely look at him! Clover took a quick, deep breath. Are you sure it was his left arm? Junpei thought back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. And he had a broken bone, right? What the hell are you getting at here? Just shut up and answer me! She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed. Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad too. The bone was sticking out of the arm. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed. Suddenly she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do. Thank you. It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear. Junpei had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there, confused. Thank you, Junpei. She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms. Hey, what's going on with you? I'm sorry, it's just... I'm so happy. Why? The body in the shower room, it isn't his. It isn't my brother. Huh? It's not Snake. Why on earth would you think that? Because his left arm is... She stopped herself. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this. Junpei decided it'd be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart. He's still alive! I'm so happy! Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight. Junpei, you were right. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all those, that'll bring you good luck. Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover. I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me, Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward. Thank you so much, Junpei. She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room. If you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa. Santa? Why? He was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too. Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei. Huh? He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. 6 steps to the left, 6 steps to the right. Another 6 to the left, and then she stopped. Did Santa really tell you those things? Her eyes were serious, but not angry. Yeah, he did. Did I, say something wrong? Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news. I think. You think? Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects. Subjects? The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago, with my brother and me. But he's blind. And I was part of the Nevada test group, so neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat. Whoa. Time out. Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out. Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start at the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start at 1 and then move to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out. Clover nodded. Alright, let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago? Do you know about morphogenetic fields? He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine. Alright, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism. Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded. Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar. So they were testing telepathy on this ship? Yeah, I guess so. So, what exactly did they have you guys do? The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing. What? The nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started. Junpei grabbed the sides of his head. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada? The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops into your head? That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy. So you're saying the nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger? Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death. And someone did actually die. A girl. Junpei felt the sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment he felt very, very empty and alone. She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada, so I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was... The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around.
Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you.
Ace.
You two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long.
Ace glanced down at the floor, at the corpse covered in blood.
At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble, and I could really use your assistance. Come on, it'll only take a moment.
With that, he turned and walked back towards the communication office. Clover waited until he was out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet voice. I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later. Huh? Hey, wait! Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling.
Junpei! What are you doing in there? Hurry up!
Ah. Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off toward the communications office.
Looks as though that drawer is the only thing that's locked.
I don't see a keyhole, though.
An electric lock, perhaps? Take a look at the left side of the drawer.
Yeah, there's some cables over there. Hey, what is this? It's blank. There's nothing written on it. Ace, what did you want? Like, no offense, man, but I can't actually do the puzzle in here. You dick.
Junpei, what are you doing? We've searched the wheelhouse from top to bottom. There's no reason to go back. In fact, don't you think it'd be wise to investigate the captain's quarters? I think we ought to check both rooms, don't you?
You bastard! Right, I need this. Okay. I mean, I don't even know if I need to do any of this stuff, but may as well entertain Ace's shenanigans, right? Alright, I got the Morse code I'm supposed to enter. Okay, unlock the drawer. And inside the drawer was... a book filled with hieroglyphics. Oh, wait, hold on. Junpei, stop for a second here. Not let us skip. All ice. Alice. Did that mean... Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in that file. Each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. There were many pages in the file, and each was full of these strange symbols. What the hell is this? He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked over at him.
They are hieroglyphs. A form of writing used in ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt?
That's right.
Can you read them?
Of course, I can't. What would make you think I could?
Okay, do we actually have any new text here? We found the Uranus symbol. This must be a key to the library on the bottom deck.
So it would seem.
Bottom deck. The library. Junpei remembered something he'd heard from Seven when they'd been in the chemical closet.
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge, beneath the navel of the Gigantic.
Did beneath the navel mean the bottom deck? Did Forest of Knowledge mean the library? If it did, then was Alice in a room somewhere beyond the library?
What's wrong?
Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him, curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts. There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. Wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything June had told him. About the Egyptian priestess. About Ice 9. And finally, about the woman who wouldn't melt who had been recovered from the Titanic disaster. He told him about how she had been called All Ice, which had eventually turned into Alice. And how she had been purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain.
And how Gordain had hid Alice somewhere on this ship. And you think that he hid her in a small room beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess so.
I see.
Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei, and his brows drew together.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS?
CAS?
It stands for Cells Alive System. It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it is a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things.
What do you mean, other things?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Space travel? Are you serious?
Surely you've heard of suspended animation, cryogenic freezing. It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space.
That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting.
Whoa, wait a minute there.
Ace looked at him and raised an eyebrow.
Are you saying that Alice was frozen using that CAS thing?
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and if CAS were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously...
You think she could be alive?
Well, I can't say for sure, of course. I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature...
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
You're quite right, it does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
You mean the guy dressed like a captain?
Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly he was murdered. But if he was murdered, then by who? It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. Who was it that opened that door?
Santa and Lotus.
Right. Clearly the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. Who else, then, could have done so?
Junpei thought for a second. No, nobody. After Santa and Lotus had used the Earth Key, they turned back and met up with Junpei and Jun, who had just returned from E-Deck. The four of them then proceeded to return to the large hospital room to reunite with Ace, Seven, and Clover. When Junpei and his team had gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had been left in the large hospital room, but they would have been unable to open door 1. Perhaps when Junpei and Jun had taken the elevator to door 2 then? No, that would have been impossible. They had been gone only 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarters, killed the man in there, and run back in 5 minutes.
It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered doors would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
Then you're saying the killer was Alice?
It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumb across his lip thoughtfully.
Well, this is all only one possible theory.
All Ice. Alice. Was Alice indeed somewhere on the ship with them? Junpei had only one clue. The keycard in his hand. It would, he hoped, grant him access to the Forest of Knowledge. But beyond that, what waited for him beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Whatever might be there, however, would have to wait. At the moment, there was nothing Junpei could do. He gripped the keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. Okay. Junpei. 3, 5, 1, 4, 2, 7, 2, 4. Okay. There's a special lotion that can make people grow beards, and for some reason you wanted to cosplay as Mario, but you couldn't, so you made me do it. It was weird. Dan, can you imagine the world where I bring in viewers to just be me instead? Also, you found it! Oops. Drop my controller. Okay, we found a map of Adek. Junpei goes back. Clover's suspicious. A note? A note? Yeah. I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It said something about the darkness of the sinister hand, or something. What the hell? Let me see it. But Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice.
Hey, Junpei! Clover! What are you two doing? Hurry up!
Clover shrugged. I'll show it to you later, alright? Come on, we gotta hurry. Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. Round the corner and off down the long stem of the owl. A note? A note? Junpei was curious, but there was something else that bothered him. Her pocket had been bulging, far more than it would from just a note. Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later, and ran off after Clover. They reached B deck at the same time. Junpei! Clover! Jun's face was excited. Something had happened, that much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her. What's up? Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. Jun, however, couldn't contain herself. We found it! Found what? We found it. What did you find? The last door. We found door 9. What?
Come on, just follow us. We'll explain on the way.
Okay, let's go. 7 turned and jogged off down the stairs. The rest followed. We finally made it. The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt. Yeah, it's finally time. Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. So, last time this happened, last time they found door 9 and we ran off to it, is when Clover was like, let's go look at door 2, and that's when she went axe happy and killed a bunch of people. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was. He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one. But there was one thing he couldn't get off his mind. The numbered door could only accommodate between 3 and 5 people. There were 7 of them on their way to door 9. That meant that even in the best case scenario, there would be 2 of them who would have to stay behind. 2 people. He didn't have any solution to that problem yet, but he was desperately hoping one would present itself. Junpei looked over at the clock. The hands indicated that it was 4:30. They had 90 minutes before their time was up.
Hey! Junpei! Jun! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie. Let's go, Junpei. Jun took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could. Junpei followed. As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to E deck. It looked familiar. There was a metal grate between the two elevators. Seven grabbed hold of it and began to talk.
I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, 4 of us got onto the elevator on the left. And that took us to the other side of the grate. After that...
They'd headed down another hallway. It took them toward the bow of the ship and eventually to the number 6 that Junpei and Jun had found earlier. With 4, they'd been able to open the door and keep going. As usual, they'd faced a locked door, but had been forced to complete 2 different areas before they could unlock it. Once they were through that door, there was another hallway that went in the other direction, toward the stern. So, on your way you found the elevator?
That's right.
So in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side.
Yeah.
With that settled, Junpei looked around. So, where's the number 9 door?
Over here. Follow me.
7 began walking, down the hallway that led toward the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with them. They had been walking for a while, Jun in silent step with Junpei, when she spoke. You know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now. Huh? That all 7 of us are going to door 9. You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus. What's their digital route? 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9. 9. It's 9. That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they'd wanted to. But they didn't. Yes. Because Santa wouldn't let them. He said, we can't leave June behind. That's why we went looking for you guys. And then you got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase. That's right. Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you, I mean. Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that. Oh, don't get me wrong. Perhaps Jun had sensed Junpei's concern. I don't mean that 7 and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first. Junpei was about to respond when 7 suddenly stopped. In front of them stood a door. So, is this... Junpei couldn't see 7's face, but he could see him nod. There's no other place for us to go?
Nope. Just look around.
At the end of the hallway was a thick iron wall. To the left and right, other hallways led to the port and starboard sides of the ship, but they were both closed off by thick metal grates. It looked as though 7 was right. The door in front of them was their only choice.
Alright, let's get moving.
He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed. It appeared they'd been telling the truth. The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number 9. Like all the others, it was a rough thing made of red paint. The door it decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it. It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish. Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. Its display read vacant. Finally, they'd arrived. Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back, and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. He was about to speak when... Junpei, look behind you! He turned around. Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw. A door and a 9, and a hydrate and stretch from Dee Dee. And then give her the hydrate and stretch. Double hydrate. Sometimes I think I don't need to stretch, and then I start stretching and I realize I did. A door and a 9. There was another one. Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here? His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door, set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room. 9. There was no mistaking the number, and if any more proof was needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the door. He grabbed the handle and shook the door, Not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real. Why the hell are there 2 doors? It was Ace who spoke first.
Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one?
Otis was skeptical. I don't know about that. That seems unlikely.
What makes you say so?
Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve them. I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. I don't know, Lotus. Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck?
Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room?
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though.
Well then, that means...
Yeah, both of these are the right door. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it. The exit is hidden, but it is there. Seek the exit. Seek the door that carries a 9. No, it said seek a door. Junpei began to mutter to himself. So if there are 2 number 9 doors, if we split it up right... That's not gonna work. Junpei blinked and looked up at Clover. She held out her hand. You've got a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them? Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her. Look at this. Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down a series of numbers. You get it? The numbers on the top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. The numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit. There's only 8 possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people. So, if 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through, then 3 are left behind. Right? Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult maths problem. The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were blank. Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him. As he did, he began to wonder. What was it? The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room. Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stern of the boat. At the other end of the carpet, an altar? It was a recessed space set into the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on a raised section of the altar was a coffin. A coffin. A coffin. A coffin. No, it couldn't possibly be. But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humour to his voice, but it was forced.
Okay, I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer, but I guess nobody's got the guts to do it.
Junpei didn't understand. He wasn't the only one.
What? You guys didn't figure it out yet? Ugh, fine. Let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong, she just... screw it. Let me just write it out.
Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look.
If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4 and get everybody out, Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination, though. If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you can make this combination.
Wait, this means...
Don't be wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if he hadn't bring the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
The same thing? Are you saying...
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot? Lotus was the first to speak. That in of itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered. I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm going to have to owe you for getting out of here. The rest of them began to speak, all at once. I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either. I don't like that idea. There's got to be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero.
Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven.
Well, there you go, Seven. A proposal tonight. Clover's right. There's got to be a better way than this.
Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough. VTuber Lottie, it's a PNG tuber. Welcome in, though.
Doesn't make any sense.
He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water at the corners of Seven's eyes. That was when Santa spoke.
Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet.
Until then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable.
Are you agreeing? You want to leave him here?
Santa shook his head.
Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone. Then I don't see how it matters. I said alone. Eh? I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver.
What the hell are you... What, you don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No. Those are my orders. What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you? You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice. What? 3, 2, 1.
Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. His feet moving like lightning. He spun and...
Ah!
He had June.
See? I told you.
His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile. A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze, and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa's sudden change in attitude. Saying that he needed 2 more, the gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple. What was he doing with a gun? Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's questions roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke, almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion.
Gun's from the other room.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was going to do this. I should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Damn it.
A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face, and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lip twitched into a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded, and he began to move. He walked backward, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. He put his hand on the scanner panel, quickly, and then forced June to do the same.
Now, time for you to start following my orders. Ace, Lotus, congratulations. I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hands on the red.
3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 8 equals 18. That was what Santa had meant when he said he needed 2 more.
Hey, you deaf? I gave you an order.
Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed frozen, like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
Right, fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it.
No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched, and the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked.
But why? Santa, why are you...
Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
You knew about the leaf word and the four-leaf clover.
Santa's cheek twitched, almost imperceptibly.
What the hell is that shit? I got no idea.
You're lying.
Shut up. Just shut up, you stupid bitch. You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head?
Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth, his face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa.
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus.
Alright, assholes, what are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing's starting to go? Going senile, maybe?
Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wild, and her chest heaved with every quick breath, like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Then he realized something. There was nothing they needed to do. There was nothing to debate. June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa had commanded meant she would be safe from at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she would leave the ship alive along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do. He turned to Ace and Lotus. Please, go.
Huh?
But...
Jumpy, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're going to be stuck, Jumpy. And so will Clover and Seven.
I know, but you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven?
Right. You just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of. But, no, you can't. Ace, Lotus, don't do it. Don't worry about me, please.
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. Without a word, he laid a hand on each of their backs and gently pushed them forward. They almost stumbled, then righted themselves and took another step. And another. They turned around, and Junpei nodded. Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly toward the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Santa smiled.
Alright, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What, you think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The red doesn't need a person, you know. All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again.
He shoved the revolver harder against June's head, and she winced.
Fine.
Ace sighed, defeated, and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the scanner panel. The 4th asterisk blinked on.
Good job. Now Lotus, pull that lever. As soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
Junpei could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble. A drum roll to welcome the chosen few.
Alright, go.
Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well. 6, 7, 8.
Later.
After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air it created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything, to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the two 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read, engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read vacant. The digital root for the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7 equals 16. 1 plus 6 equals 7. There was no possible way for them to open a door with 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door. He thought about June, about Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat, that was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do? 7 opened his mouth to respond when a noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical. It was certainly human. Junpei and 7 looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh! Quiet! Clover motioned to 7 to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The 3 of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from. Where was it coming from? Could it be?
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right. Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try. Junpei and 7 grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip with what little perches they could find, and pulled with all their strength. Damn it.
Man, it won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
Yeah, looks like it. Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open? I think so. The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder. They had no idea who was in the coffin, but they wanted out, and they wanted out now. They had no idea what they were supposed to do. Without a passcode, it didn't seem like there was a lot they could do. They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be. Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews, and 7 investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing. The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room. What was the passcode? What was Junpei supposed to do? How was he supposed to figure it out? He needed something. You sure you have to go now? You don't want to wait until the end? Because that's it. Did y'all enjoy that? To be continued. Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa. Staff, where's the exit? Laboratory. Hang in there. What that clip just did there is it showed you the order you have to do rooms in for the next ending. Anyway, did you enjoy that? That was the coffin ending. And you can only get that ending if you don't know how to open the coffin. Otherwise you can't get it. Ian Zone, thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, that's everything. I hope you only get it how if you don't know how to open the coffin. This plot is nuts, yet somehow I'm loving it. I think we'll finish this in the next stream because we've done basically everything in the game, right? The next ending we're gonna go for, y'all were super close to getting the first time we played, which I thought was really funny. I'll still watch back that last part later. That's fair. But yeah, you're not even allowed to attempt to put in a code unless Junpei knows the code. And we didn't get it. So I wasn't sure when I started this if I actually even wanted to bother with that ending because it's nothing, right? You know what I mean? Like it just leaves you on tenterhooks. But yeah, we went for it. That's what y'all voted for. You didn't know that was what you were voting for, but that's what you voted for. So that's it. That's the end of this stream. I am actually going to try and come back tomorrow for this. Because I want y'all to be, like, gripped but not missing it, right? But if I can't come back tomorrow, it'll be Tuesday. I'm gonna do my damnedest for it to be tomorrow, though. So be excited. And that means that tomorrow... tomorrow, okay. Thank you for the stream. Have a good one, everyone. Have a good one. Yeah, thank you all. Thank you all for being here. I'm hyped. Okay. Same time tomorrow then. 7 p.m. GMT is when I start. I don't know what time that is in other worlds. I can't say anything, but I'm glad you're all having a good one. And yeah, do you want to say goodbye to YouTube before we end off? Say goodbye to the VOD viewers? The VOD viewers of the YouTube variety? Of which sometimes there are 0 and sometimes there are like a few hundred. I don't really... It's completely arbitrary. I've never figured out what causes it. We're coughing? Yeah. No. Bye, people of the VODs. Goodbye, my favorite little VOD viewer.